He's actually going to
Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. It's been like 2 weeks or something since we last played, so it is worth getting ourselves a summary of where we left off. Would anyone like to volunteer for giving that?
I can do it.
Cool.
So we marched down into the Myconid hole where the queen was hanging out, and I believe we just killed her in there. We had to fight all of her Queen's Guard, who kept spawning these little rat creatures. And then once we killed those, I think we kind of just sealed her off in there until she died.
Yep, to a Sickening Radiance spell.
Yep, to Sickening Radiance. And then we came back. Oh, Severus died during that.
Yeah, that little thing did happen.
Gotta mention that. He's dead. Decided not to come back with Revivify. And then we went back to which city?
Nauseous.
There we go. All right, I always remember that. And our boss said we could hang around for a week and wait. And then he took our judges' badges, because I think there's going to be an investigation into if we tried to cure the people.
Yeah, it wasn't so much you can hang out for a week, it's that you have to hang out for a week.
Yeah,
a little difference. A small little difference.
Yeah, don't leave the city for a week.
Nearly
We're
semantic.
such good friends.
Yeah. Well, let's begin. The estate granted to you by the governor of Nauseous is too big for 4 people. Once it likely would have swarmed with servants, children, and pets, but now the estate is empty and cold. The 4 of you are the only souls within its walls. In the first couple of days following the return of your judges' badges to Cato, you are not contacted by the Department of Civility. They are quiet days of grief, coping, and attempting to grapple with the loss. During these dismal 3 days, is there anything that anyone would like to do while you guys are pursuing your long rest?
What month is it?
It is the month of, I believe it's August. It is August.
Damn it. So long to go.
Yep, 3 more months until you get your cash payout.
Okay.
So there's nothing anyone would like to do in these 3 days in the city?
Through all my notes.
If not, that's fine.
Oogie.
Alrighty. Well,
in these 3 days, I'm gonna assume, or I'm not gonna assume. I mean, Zednius is pretty catatonic, just like barely eating, barely doing anything.
yeah.
And in that time, he's let Hagal kind of just do whatever he wants. So all those magic items are definitely gobbled.
Yeah.
Or I guess you don't know that they're missing, but the audience
which
at home
specific items
will
are you
know.
having eaten by Het Hagal?
Let me open up my sheet. That's Het Hagal's sheet.
Is there really a difference? Let's think about it.
So what is here? Elvenkind cloak, magic
Nice.
ruby necklace,
Nice.
fang,
Nice.
book of rituals,
Mm.
and arcane letters.
Okay, and he's eating all of these?
Yep, he's gobbling.
Alrighty. So, one of these nights, as you sit there in your room, Het Hagal remains there quietly, and you manage to roust yourself from your quiet reflection. And it's not so much that you move, it's more so that you just send the mental thought to Het Hagal that he can eat if he wishes. And within moments, he absorbs them within his form. And you feel warmth begin to spread through your body. You feel comfort, you feel security, then you feel his voice in your head.
Thank you. This has been a great boon.
Jesus.
He sounds different. I'm still out of it, though.
He will
So I'll
remain
just-
quiet, but
Yeah.
he only remains with you for a couple of more minutes, and then he'll say,
I'll need to go. Briefly. I will return.
I'll
and then
Just, like,
His weight
barely
lifts off
lift
your
my head
head.
and
Yeah. He leaves this plane of existence. You lose contact with him. And for the first time in a long time, well, since the last time that he was separated from you, you are alone again. On the fourth day, after these 3 days of quiet reflection, there will be a knock at the estate door. At a certain point, one of you would have had to go get food, but other than that, no one has come and gone from the estate. So, Maximus, since you're probably the one that's most well-equipped to handle this, you're just, like, in the dining hall. What do you think you'd be doing to pass time?
Probably, let's see, I wanted to start studying, I think law is what it was.
Cool.
Yeah. Get,
Well-
like, that history proficiency. So, yeah, I'd be working on my assignments or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're just flipping through, you're writing up little note cards on historical events, and then you hear a knock, like, someone raps at the knocker on the estate door.
Alright. I'll go and answer the door.
Yeah, you open it up. On the other side, you see a man well-dressed in a barrister's cloak, marking him as essentially a lawyer. And he says, "Greetings! Are you Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia, Judge of the Empire?
That's me.
Are you, are the other 3 judges here at the residence?"
There are 3 of us, right?
There's 4 of you total.
Yeah. Okay, yes, they should be. I don't think anyone's
Well,
left.
he extends a hand. "I am Janius Scipio. I'm your assigned barrister from the Department of Civility."
Have we been put on trial?
"No, you're undergoing an internal review process."
Oh, okay. Oh, come in.
Well, if you could gather the other judges together, we'll need to overview what an internal review consists of, since I assume most of you are unaware, and then we'll need to talk through what we can do to prep you for it.
Alright. I'll go collect everyone else from their various...
Yeah, you head to Zednius' room. There are no candles, there are no forms of light. The only light is the light that trickles in through the window in the corner of the room.
Hey, Zednius? I'll, peer into the room.
He's there.
I'll walk over to him. Zednius?
Yeah.
Whoa, sorry. There's a barrister here to speak with us about some kind of internal inquest the Department of Civility is doing. He wants to talk to all of us.
now
Yeah, he's here now.
I'll slowly get up and lead the way.
Downstairs in the sitting room. I'll go get the others.
Hmm.
You head over to Grania's room. Grania, what are you doing to pass the time?
Probably something similar. She's probably just laying back against or away from the door, just on her bed.
Yeah, I think the fluttering one would probably be laying on your chest, but as he hears approaching footsteps, he'll scurry into his little hiding spot.
Knock on the door. Granny up!
Well,
Oh, yeah. Well, I imagine she's gonna answer the door.
yeah, knocks on the door, is silent, thinks, oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, man.
I mean, I'm not gonna barge in. That seems like a bad habit.
Yeah, probably.
There's a barrister downstairs who wants to speak with us.
Okay.
He wants all of us down there.
Grania, are you reacting to this at all, or are you just staying laying there?
Family in there.
Okay.
Alright. I'll go find.
Yeah, Primius, what would you be doing to pass the time over these first 3 days of following Severus's death? I mean, you didn't know him that well, so I doubt this is like a really traumatic incident for you, but
Yeah, I guess I knew him for a week. Yeah,
something like that, yeah.
yeah, like a week or two. I'd probably be like reading.
Okay. Maximus, you can go find Primius in one of the, not like the personal bedchamber, but in one of the open courtyards of the estate, just reading a little tome.
Remius, there's a barrister that wants to speak with us.
All right, I'm on my way.
A little bit later, Grania, do you ever head down to meet with the barrister, or do you just remain in your room?
She's still in the room.
Okay. Well, then, about 5 minutes later, the three of you, barring Grania, are assembled in front of the barrister. He seems to nod and seems to assign names to each of you as you approach and says, I believe we're missing one. Granius and Tistia?
When he says we're missing one, my head goes right to Severus, and I just kind of like tear up a little.
So,
She
where is she?
doesn't wish to come down at the moment.
Does she intend to represent herself in the internal review process?
I don't believe so, no.
Now I understand this is a time of immense grief for you, but, it is important that you have legal representation, especially for, people with a lack of education in these topics.
I mean, she's going to be there, and if you want to barge into the 15-year-old girl's room and force her to come down here...
Is she really that young?
Is she? I thought she was.
I mean, she's a
17
teenager. You know that,
plus.
yeah. Yeah, I don't think you'd even know her age. You're like, yeah, she's a fucking teenager. Yeah. Well, he'll nod and say, well, I would ask that you pass on as much of this information as possible to her. It's
Yes.
critical that we're all on the same page. So, have you heard of the process of internal review before?
Shake my head.
Well, in the Department of Civility, whenever anyone within the department dies during the execution of their duties, a process is held where the circumstances leading up to their death are reviewed. If anything of foul play, murder, or such similar cases are found, then we recommend it to the barrister's office. If there is negligence, that is taken care of, or sometimes people just die. Now, the fact that I'm here means that the first 3 processes of your review have already been dealt with. That means that initial briefing, scene investigation, and witness and interviews have all been taken place. I am here because I am your representative in regards to the victim interviews. That is where you will be interviewed by one of my colleagues in the Department of Civility with the intent of determining the stages leading up to the death and if any of you exhibited negligence in that death. Does all of that make sense so far?
Sounds straightforward.
I'll nod.
Alrighty. Well then, there are probably only a small list of questions they're going to ask you, since from what I've been given by the other barrister on this case, it seems to be a pretty straightforward death in the line of duty. But I'd ask that you be fully honest with me. Do any of you believe that there was something that could have been done to prevent this man's death?
I'm gonna shake my head. No.
You're not doing the job.
I was under the impression that a Revivify spell was cast.
Yes, twice.
Alright. Was there some sort of magic preventing the resurrection? Or...
No, he just didn't accept.
Alrighty, he scratches something down onto his scroll. Well, the way this process is going to look is that in about 2 days, you're all going to receive, actually, probably tomorrow, you're all going to have another visitor, my fellow barrister. His duty will be to conduct specific interviews with each of you. I'd keep your recollection of events as narrow as possible. Factual statements. We arrived at the village of Dresba, and, fill in the blanks. Try to keep it as short as you can. Then, he'll likely ask the question of, do you believe anything could be prevented? It sounds as if you all did your absolute best, in which case, we'll have nothing to worry about. He may ask follow-up questions. Then, once his interview is done, he'll return to the fact-finding committee. There will be a panel discussion with your superior in the Department of Civility and then several other individuals. And then, in about 4 days from now, you should receive our final decision. Do you have any questions on the process?
Nope.
This is the only part we'll be present for, is
The interview tomorrow, yes. And then the final decision in a couple of days from now.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss. and I'm sure that we can clear up any concerns about your indiscretions in this matter by the end of the week. And if for some reason we meet again, other than in your final hearing, it'll likely because this has escalated to a criminal matter, in which case I would recommend that you begin to retain your own private barristers. Well then, have a good day. And he'll stand up and exit the estate. So,
All right then.
how much of this do you do you intend to go try to transmit this to Grania, or do you assume that she'll be fine?
I'll go tell her all of it.
Okay. Well, you make your way up to
Give me
Grania's
some
room,
whatever.
Permeus. The door to Grania's room is closed.
I'll knock and I'll be like, Grania? And then I'll say, I'm coming in, and then like I think like very slowly opening the door, so in case she just doesn't want anything, she could just close it.
Sure. You slowly open up the door.
As light starts to come into the room, she's gonna cast Mage Hand to slam the door shut again.
You feel 10 pounds of force push the door shut.
Okay. I guess I'll just like translate it through the door.
Okay, you just yap at the door. Effective strategy. And we can skip to, unless anyone wants to do anything today, we can probably skip to the next day. The following day, at about 7 in the morning, bright and early, there is a second rapping knock at the door.
Suppose I'll go and answer it.
You head to the door and answer it. There is a different barrister this time. He has a slightly different stripe on his robe, and next to him are 2 Imperial Legionnaires. This barrister will say, "Greetings. Are you Judge Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia? Are there 3 other judges on the premises?"
There are.
Wonderful. Do you know if there's a wine cellar or some area where private interviews could be conducted within this estate?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, please lead me there.
Lead him to the basement. I'm sure this house has one.
For sure, it definitely does. Has a wine cellar. When he goes down, the 2 Legionnaires will just sort of pop a squat on some crates and just start yapping with each other, and he'll sit down at a table. He'll sort of sort his papers a little bit, and then glance up and say, "Well, I'd like to conduct my first interview with Zednius Titus Fabricia Varusian."
All right, I'll go get him.
Thank you.
Then I'll,
Yeah,
Front back
Zednius, you're staring. You're just in your room, buried under layers of cloth, and you hear a knock at the door.
Ednius, the second barrister's here to talk to you.
I'll get up.
You make your way through the estate, and it's all sort of in a blur. You don't really notice individual steps. You're not really present until you find yourself sitting in a chair, and a sort of hawkish, like a bird-faced, like the man's face is very narrow, sharp angles, seated in front of you, looking at you. And he says, "Good afternoon. I'd like to extend my condolences for the death of your fellow judge. Now, we just need to confirm some basic details, and then I'll have some questions regarding the incident in Druzhba. You've gotten the chance to speak with your barrister, correct?"
Uh-huh.
Well, let's start with your name. Your name is Zednius Titus Fabricia Varusian, correct?
Yeah.
And your adoptive father is Tullius Gallius Marcius Perusian Varusian, correct?
Uh-huh.
You own an estate near the city of Tarako?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now, can you describe to me, in very simple terms, what happened in the village of Druzhba roughly 4 days ago?
There were bad spore. I just want Severus.
Well, I can see that this is an emotional topic for you, so perhaps let's start at the beginning. What led you to the town of Druzhba?
It was a mission.
All right. In your superior's testimony, he indicates that you all initially approached the village and had an interaction with a local civilian who you determined to be a threat and then eliminated them. How did you determine that they were a threat to your life?
Just led us to another body, attacked us.
I see. Then what happened?
Killed them.
And then?
We went to the city.
The town of Drosba.
Is that the right town?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And in this town, all investigators have been there, and there are no living survivors found. How many people were alive when you arrived at the village?
And then I don't remember. How many were actually out? How many would I have seen?
Hundreds.
Okay. Too many to count.
All right. And then what happened?
What would you call it? Something was pumping out the spores. We knew that weak to fire, so we lit it on fire with a bomb.
And this is when you entered the myconid orifice.
After, yes.
Within this lower chamber is where your fellow judge died. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And what would you deduce was the cause of death?
I don't remember what he was injured by.
That's
it's
fine.
Just, yeah, I don't know.
I see. Do you believe one of your fellow judges would be more educated on this topic?
Yeah.
Do you believe that anything could have been done to prevent this death?
Not gone down there.
Do you remember who made the initial statement that you should descend?
No.
I'd like you to think on that. I'd like to speak to you again once I'm done with the rest of the interviews. If you remember who made that initial assumption, please let me know.
Okay.
And he gestures towards one of the legionnaires who will lead you out of the basement. And Primius Verusian is requested next.
Alright, I'll go down.
When you go down and you sit down, the interviewer stands up and gives you a deep bow. Honored one. Thank you for sitting with me.
It's quite alright.
This won't take very long, much of your time. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Your name is Primius Cosius Tiberius Verusian.
That is correct.
And you are an Imperial judge who has served in this post for several years?
Correct.
Would you say that you have a keen tactical mind?
I've served in the 8th Legion for a while, so I'd agree with that statement.
In your general feeling, could anything been done to have prevented the death of Judge Severus?
No. I don't think so.
Thank you, Lord Judge. That'll be all.
I'll nod.
And next, Legionnaires will escort Primius away, and Maximus, you will be called down next. Welcome, Lord Judge. Please have a seat.
I'll sit.
You are Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia, correct?
Yeah.
You are one of the only original members of your group of judges remaining, correct?
Yeah, just me and Zednius now.
Are you aware of the fact that your particular band of judges has a remarkably high casualty rate?
No? Didn't know that.
Well, let's talk regarding Druzba. Your fellow Judge Zednius seems to be rather broken up on this particular topic. Do you have any idea why he might be so emotional?
Yes, him and Severus were very close.
Ah.
For the longest while, thought they were actual brothers.
Do you think it could have clouded his judgment in regards to any decisions made while in Druzba?
No, probably not.
And do you think it perhaps could cloud his perception regarding things that could have been done to save the judge's life?
Not sure. Isn't that what you're here for?
Partially. Well, since Judge Severus Zednius had a hard time giving us a summary of what happened, could you give me a simple, just brief bullet-pointed breakdown of what took place in the village of Druzba?
So, as we approached the village, there was a lot of what we initially thought was mist, but turned out it was myconid discharge. Spores in the air.
Speaking of myconids, I did some supplementary research before arriving here, and these creatures are generally believed to be exclusively the domain of Athel Lauren. Do you have any indication or idea of how these could have been present within, not even just the material plane, but specifically here?
No idea.
Do any of your fellow judges have any indication?
Judge Grania may.
All right, thank you. He notes that down. Continue then.
On the way in, the fog was getting thicker, or the spores were getting thicker. We encountered what we thought was a civilian of some kind. He was muttering somewhat incoherently, something about we're not supposed to be there. But we tried to assist him because he was clearly sick. And so I approached him, saw that there were 2 more dead bodies lying in the bushes, and that's when he both attacked us. Those 2 bodies got up. We were forced to kill the 3 of them. We then approached the village even farther.
Let's pause there briefly. Your judge's mandate, as given to you by your superior within the Department of Civility, one of these sub-clauses within it reads, do not engage in acts that would be illegal for a normal citizen of the Empire. Do you believe that your slaying of those 3 civilians fell within a self-defense clause?
I do.
They struck you first.
They attacked me, yes.
You feared for your life?
Yeah.
You note something down? Alright, please continue.
Once we approached, we got a good look at the village. The spores were incredibly thick, and it appeared all of the villagers were gathered out in the common areas of the village. We realized there were far too many for us to fight in any capacity.
Did you have an indication that these citizens would fight you?
Yes, they were acting the exact same way that the man previously had fought.
Did any of them attack you?
No.
Alright,
No,
continue.
That would have been suicide. And then we made the decision to, as the spores were highly flammable, leave the area and blow the spores up. We then did, however, the sphincter the spores were emanating from closed immediately upon fire touching the highest layer of spores, so we were forced to enter the orifice.
Now, what happened underground seems to be well attested to, so I have some more specific questions regarding both the firebombing of this village as well as the descent beneath the surface. What do you believe your mandate was to complete in the town of Druzba?
Investigate why the villagers were acting so strangely.
Did you have reason to believe that the villagers would attack you?
Yes, the villager outside attacked us. As well as dead bodies, clearly. The spores clearly had a deteriorating effect upon the human body.
Did you start to feel these in your own right?
Nope.
You note something down.
I get the indication that since these villagers had been living with it for several months, that was the primary cause of their infection.
After the firebombing, and you approached the sphincter, do you remember who made the initial suggestion to descend?
No. I think think so. Like, we just all discussed it, but I don't remember who exactly made the first idea.
All right, then. Well, that is all. Thank you. I will next need to speak to Judge Grania. I do not have a translator, but I have it noted here in my records that Lord Judge Primius is a proficient speaker. So if you could grab both of them.
Of course.
Thank you.
Go grab the two of them.
Yeah, well, Primius is an easy one. You make your way up to the bedroom of Grania. You give a knock at the door.
Grania, the second barrister's here to talk to you. I'd recommend coming down for this one.
She's gonna cast Mage Hand and just like bang on the door, just kind of protest.
I don't think the Department of Civility is gonna take too kindly to you not talking to them. I think it's that or lose your judge badge.
For Christ's sake, I'm gonna open the door forcefully.
Okay. You open up the door. Maybe the mage hand is the mage hand would still be there, but you can push past 10 pounds, and you know the light floods into the room. And Granny, are you like wrapped up in covers or something, or are you just laying on top of the bed?
Yeah, wrapped up.
All right, she's wrapped up over in the corner with the bed, fully entrenched in her blankets.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it the easy way first. I'm gonna kneel down and say, "You have to do this, Grania. It'll only take a moment."
No, she's just not responding.
I'm gonna reach out my hand and say, "I'll be with you. I promise."
She's gonna slap your hand away.
Yeah, now we do it the hard way. I'm going to grab her.
All right. Well, it seems like a simple contested strength.
Yeah, I should lose it.
Well, I'm not there, so someone has to roll it for me.
You didn't download the Roll20 app like I said?
No, oh wait, oh,
What's your strength modifier?
I believe it's just +2.
-3 from whatever this is. So, 13.
I'll be right back. Sorry, we'll need to do a brief intermission for a weather event. I'll be right back. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. Last time we got cut off because increment weather event, because God was smiting me. But we're back. And where we left off specifically was Primius was attempting to get Grania to go meet with a government magistrate. We had just made some strength checks, which I believe is a 17 and a 13, if my memory serves me here.
You just look in the chat.
It was a 16 and an 11. Yeah, 16 and an 11. So, Primius, you managed to get Grania out from underneath her covers, partially, you know, getting her out of this cocoon she's been hiding in for a while. And I don't think a single strength check is enough to get her downstairs, but now that the process has started, Grania, will you go and meet with this person from the Department of Civility?
No, she's kicking and flailing the whole way.
Okay. Well, Maximus, you were standing in the doorway, so are you assisting Primius?
Right.
Because the two of you together could probably get her down there.
No, but I'm gonna continue to say, Grania, you have to come. We can't. Come along, and I'm not gonna help him.
Okay.
Who's there for morals?
Okay, you continue to give moral support as Primius with like 22 strength or whatever the fuck it is. I know it's really high. Oh wait, no, you're a dex guy.
No, he's not.
Wait, what's your strength, Primius? You may not be able to like just hand wave this. This may be an actual challenge.
14, I believe.
What's your strength, Grania?
10.
That's not that big of a difference. We'll do another strength check. You're like halfway through the house now. You're like just trying to get down to the basement area of the house, which is where these interviews are being conducted. And Grania flails her arm upward. She accidentally like hits you in the jaw. Your mouth closes. You almost bite your tongue. Your teeth like clack together hard. And she's just about to break the grip. However, the magistrate from the Department of Civility brought 2 legionnaires with him. So as the 2 legionnaires see Grania fighting, they will basically go in to provide support to Primius.
Before that happens,
Okay.
I'll wave them off and I'll step in and help.
Okay, well, with Maximus supporting, the two of you are able to basically manhandle a judge of the Empire down the steps and sit her down in a chair in front of the magistrate from the Department of Civility. And he'll raise an eyebrow as, you know, Granny is like practically fucking biting at your guys' fingers as she's placed down into the chair. Do you stop resisting once you're in the chair?
Yeah, she'll have like her arms crossed and have like a pouty look.
The magistrate will look at the three of you. Well,
Sorry.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Judge. I called in Lord Judge Varuzian for a translation. Will that be acceptable to you?
Sign, just hurry up.
He'll look at Primius.
Yeah, he'll say, she says that's fine.
I see. Well then, to start with the simplest of questions, when you arrived at the town of Drizba, do you believe it was justified to kill those that were present? And as he's talking about this, he'll wave for you to leave, Maximus.
Then head out.
What is Grania's response to that?
Sorry, I didn't mean for a second. What'd you say?
When you arrived at the town of Dresba, do you think the killings there were justified?
She'll just sign units.
I see. Now, just to confirm for the record before we continue onward, you were found outside of the Feywood in a small village named...
He looks through his notes.
Well, the previous attending magistrate didn't seem to quite get that down. Could you state where you're from?
She'll sign Pelty.
L.T. Always. And what was your birth name?
She's gonna look very uncomfortable with that question and say that's not something I should say.
He notes something down.
Well then, we'll just call you the name granted to you by, your adopter within the Department of Magic, Grania Antistia Gaius Fabricia. Will that work for you in any further proceedings?
Should have signed fine.
Well, Grania Antistia Gaius Fabricia, you have been a judge for the shortest of any of your compatriots. Do you believe that that corrupts your ability to render judgments?
Sign, I don't think this question's important.
Well, I think I'll be the judge of what questions are important. So I will ask the question again. Do you think that your limited experience...
No.
All right. Then, in your professional opinion as a judge of the Empire and an Imperial battle wizard, do you believe that the death of Severus could have been prevented?
She doesn't look like she's answered that question. She started to clam up at the mention of his name.
He'll look at Primius, look back.
I'll just be repeating the question again.
He'll sign back, don't mention his name.
Well, I'm sorry, but that is the whole nature of this proceeding. We're attempting to discover if his death was a acceptable casualty in the line of duty as a judge of the Empire, or if there was negligence that led to his death. Our only interest here is in making sure that the Emperor's justice is given, and I need your assistance in doing that. You and your compatriots were the only ones there.
She'll sign back furiously. You think we killed him?
Not that you killed him by direct action. If that was our belief, all of you would be rotting in irons. Our belief is that perhaps, through negligent decision-making, through a callousness and aggressiveness, you may have led to his death.
She'll sign back. We did everything we could. We even tried to... We had things in place for these situations.
Wonderful. And what were these things that were in place?
She'll point towards Primius.
He'll look at you, Primius. I'm assuming she's referencing your ability to raise the dead.
Yes. I did cast Revivify twice, in fact.
Of course. There is no question of your fidelity here, your most imperial of highnesses. Well, then, my final question for you, and, can you write?
Little sign, I prefer not to.
Well, in this instance, I'll have to make an exception. Your Imperial Highness, could you leave the room briefly? That's a reference to you, Primius.
Oh, yeah, then I would leave. Yeah.
Alrighty. He'll slide a writing pad once it's just you and him in the room, Grania, and he'll say, Now, do you have any concerns about any conduct during your time in the village of Ozemshi? Druzba, I mean.
She'll just write no in big blotched letters.
Alright, if you're certain. Thank you for participating in this inquest. Since you seem the most reticent of your compatriots to talk, I must let you know that you will be called before a judging tribunal in a couple of days. If you exhibit a similar behavior, you'll likely be found in contempt of court, and then you will be detained for what could be several days, or weeks, or months, depending on the extent of your contempt. That is all, and I hope you have a wonderful week until the panel is called. And he'll stand up, give you a bow, and you're just waiting outside, Primius. The door will open, and a magistrate will walk past you and say, Well, Your Imperial Highness, I'd recommend keeping an eye on that one. Wouldn't want any of you or your fellow judges being found in contempt.
I'll nod.
And with that, he will gather together his 2 legionnaires and leave your mansion here in Nasius.
Granny's gonna aggressively push back the chair and go back up to her room.
Okay, you storm past Primius and Maximus, who are just sort of lingering near the entrance to the basement.
Oh, before he leaves, he mentioned that he wanted, if I come up with something, to tell him.
Yeah, you should grab him.
Okay, I don't know how I'm going to know that he's done. I guess by all. Well,
yeah, he's walking out. So like the 2 of them are in the back. They're like near the basement. That's where Granny is right now. He's walking through the central courtyard to leave like the whole building, and that's probably when you see him.
Okay, I'm gonna approach him slowly and like cautiously.
He'll pause as he sees you approach and gesture for the 2 legionnaires to continue. Yes, Lord Judge?
You asked me who told us to go down there.
If you remembered, yes.
Maximus, and then I'm gonna go back inside.
Thank you, Lord Judge. And he will leave. You all return to your distinct corners of the house, spreading out and splitting up once again. And the long rest continues. Zenius, you don't have Het Hagal. Grania, you still have the Fluttering One. This is probably the most solo time you've had with the Fluttering One in a very long time, because no one like tells you have to go do this thing. It's just you, the Fluttering One. You remember the beautiful trees, the great glades, the massive roots of the Mother. And you and the Fluttering One begin to feel... I mean, the Fluttering One's always been a bit nostalgic. He doesn't particularly like the material plane, but now with you and him together for this many days, it naturally starts to go back to the topics of your life in the woods, and there's a lot of regret there, because he'd rather be there right now.
Right.
But yeah, time is going to pass, and in fact, we can move all the way to the end of your long rest. So I don't know if any of you guys can level up, but you certainly do get like all your long rest benefits, like hit points and spells, etc., etc. And something is going to happen on the 5th. It is later in the day, you're going to be called to the panel, but early in the morning, Zednius, it's about 1 a.m. And you have struggled to sleep the last couple days because Hetagal has been gone. Just knowing that he exists, that alone gives you comfort, because the only other time he hasn't existed was those horrible months following your death. But this time, he's not there. And then, suddenly, your connection to him is there again. He is in the closet of your bedroom, and you can feel that he seems to be beckoning you in his direction through a sort of telepathic communication.
I'll go.
as you open up the door to the closet, inside of this large interior walk-in closet, you see a creature with 3 large muscular legs atop a beefy torso. Eyes are socketed all along the length of this inky body. There must be hundreds of them, and Hedhagal's changed voice echoes from this horrifying creature.
Do not be afraid.
Is that you?
The form shrinks, and after a moment, the small floating orb atop 3 spindly legs returns, and he takes a few tentative steps, clearly not used to this smaller form.
Yes. You gave me quite a large amount of magic.
How do you feel? You look different.
The best I've felt in millennia. I remember
How
things
large
as
is
well.
he?
Now he's back to his little size, but when he was in the closet, he was large-sized.
Oh.
8 feet
And he
tall.
shrunk back down.
Yeah, he shrunk
Holy
back down
shit.
to normal little Hedhagal.
Okay.
I need
Where did you
power.
go?
I went to Elvangardu.
Oh.
But I need power to remain here, on your plane. But the more power I gain, the more I remember of my original purpose.
What can
My
you tell me about it?
purpose... I was once an angel.
Really? An angel?
He goes invisible again and sort of skitters up onto your shoulder, and his voice is much closer to your ear, and he says,
Yes, an angel of freedom and revolution. My god was Tal Corral, and me and my brothers broke chains wherever we went.
Hold on, I'm opening a notepad. Okay, so he tells me he's an angel, he's broken chains wherever he's went. Are your brothers still around? Your comrades?
As far as I know, I'm the only one unbound. But I know where one of them is. Tal Corral told me. He revealed it. And that is where you must go. Or I'm not sure how much longer I can remain here. The more I remember, the more this place is acid.
What do I need to do?
One of my brothers, Het Menariel, can serve as your blade and your guide. The first step to cracking open his prison is found in Dolno, in the house of a collector.
I remember the item, the totem, that someone had in Donlo. Yeah?
Yes.
It's a powerful opponent.
Perhaps. But the object within that house is the last idol to our dead god. It would do much to make progress in fixing that.
Did you say which god it was? Do I know it?
My god is Tal Corral, god of revolution.
I'm guessing we don't have many books on him.
He was unmade. Nothing exists of him except for those few objects which were spared for posterity.
And this idol's one of those?
One of 10. The other 9 are less valuable. Chotskis, remembrances of a dead faith. Once the idol is recovered, the process of breaking the unmaking stones can begin. But that is for later. I can already feel that this place is sapping my mind.
You must
Soon.
return to Alvan Gardoum?
No, I must be at your side. Your magic is contingent on me. You must remember, or I will not.
You won't remember? You're going to... This plane is hurting you?
Yes.
I'll remember for us.
Good. Potential. And Hedigal will sit down fully on your shoulder. you had pat the angel of a dead god.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. You head back to your bed, and Hedigal lays down, and he's unfortunately back to how he always is. The only noises that occasionally escape from him are wheezing breaths. Even through your telepathic connection, you can tell he's not thinking of these things anymore. Like, it's gone. It's just fully fucking erased. You don't know why the material plane is so caustic to him, but this is probably the most advanced he will ever be. Like, this creature that he is now is probably the most he'll ever be on this plane. Back in his home plane, though, he was looking big. He was looking very large. Very smart, too, but not here. And you get back to sleep. You dream, though I don't think you remember them in the morning, so they're not visions, but you do dream of Hagal, that little just mass, barely able to form a single word, much less a sentence, slowly rising into that thing that you saw in your closet for the briefest of moments. And when you all wake up, outside, Maximus, you're doing your morning stretches, your morning exercises, and you go out to the front porch and you find a summons, a official legal summons. All four of you are to report to a conference room within the Department of Civility at exactly 1 p.m.
All right, then. Let's get this over with.
Yeah. You can grab Primius with ease. Primius has been pretty cooperative throughout this process. When they go to find you, Zednius, how are you looking?
I have direction in life again, so.
Oh, that's good.
I'm a little bit upbeat. I'm not as I'm okay. So who's coming to see me first?
Probably Maximus.
Maximus. Okay, then I'm still broken.
Based. All right, so you open up the door to Zednius' room. It's dark in here. It stinks a little bit. He's there.
Zednius, time to go. We've been summoned.
Are we to go on another mission?
No, we're going to the Department of Civility hearing. It's gonna be okay. All right.
What are they doing for us? That to us? Are we being punished?
No, they're just finishing their due process. I'll walk in, pat him on the shoulder. I know you two were close. I wish there was more I could do for you.
You should have asked him why. I don't have that spell, though. We should have done something before we gave him away. Now he's gone.
Such is the way. Maybe later we'll find a way to at least talk to him again. I'm sure there's something you all can figure out.
Right. And I'll get up and make my way slowly to the area.
And now there's the harder of the two. Maximus, you and Primius are probably ready now. You have your formal military uniforms on, or what you have of them. And you make your way up to Grania's room.
Grania's going to hear them coming up, and she'll open the door. She'll look up at them and then just look down with a downcast face and just open the door and walk past them.
Okay. The four of you make your way out onto the streets of Nasius. It's weird that the city is just basically the same as it was, as if nothing really changed, though for you it seems like quite a bit has. You head through the city streets and then to the Department of Civility atop the Acropolis with the Governor's Palace. You walk through corridors, and you feel eyes linger on you as you pass through the Department of Civility. People always watch you as you pass, and your judges, but they seem to be looking at you and judging you. The room that you were called to has two mercenaries outside of it. Legionnaires outside of it. Each is pretty heavily armored. They're as armored as a member of the Imperial Guard, though they don't seem to be members of it. They don't have purple cloaks. And they will open the door as the four of you approach. They must have been given a physical description. In the room beyond, there are two wooden tables which are positioned to face each other. Behind one of the tables is Cato, the Master of Judges, Janus Scipio, who is the guy who interrogated you a while ago, and a man that you don't recognize, though by a purple stripe on his toga, he is likely an official of some rank. Cato, the Master of Judges, will stand up and gesture for all of you to sit across from him.
Sit.
Yeah, I'll join him.
He'll take a document from the official beside him that you haven't met before.
Through a proper investigation by the rules and precepts of this august body, it has been determined that the recent death of Severus Octavius Aulus Ignia was to be expected within the normal bounds of his duty, and that no negligence nor foul play was involved in his procession from this life into the next. Based on this belief, it would be improper for any punishments or impediments to be delivered upon his fellow judges as they pursue their duty. Thus, each of you will be reinstated with your judge's badge as soon as is feasible. The details of this case will be added to the Imperial Archive in Mythos.
Then he sets down the large scroll and then looks at the four of you. Do you have any questions or appeals for the panel on the basis of this decision?
No, sir.
No.
Well then, I would like to thank Proconsul Julius Vernus for attending this proceeding. Judges, make your way to my office and we will have you reinstated.
Cato stands up, your barrister stands up, and the three of them all start to talk. They're shaking hands, they're chatting like, this is just a Sunday brunch. And Cato kind of just dismisses you with a wave of his hand.
We go.
So, the four of you exit this conference room. For a week of build-up, it was quite a simple thing. None of you all did your best. That's what the Department of Civility determined anyways. And you all leave. In the hallway leading up to Cato's office, you see that there's been a slight change since you last visited. The seating area before the office has been made more hospitable and cushy with properly cushioned chairs. Perhaps some of the previous people who were here complained. Judges can be a bit prima donnas. There's only one person seated in the waiting area, who is a man with tan skin, brown hair, and a red coat. And a clerk waits near the door, and he says, Proconsul Cato isn't in his office at the moment. I believe he's doing some sort of legal proceeding. You'll have to wait here in the sitting area.
Yeah, thanks.
And you all sit down and get a moment to decompress. The other person that's here, that's sitting in the seating area, also has a judge's badge on their chest. But also, you guys just relieved a lot of tension. So does anyone want to strike up a conversation, or are you sort of in your own head about, thank God we didn't get in trouble for killing our friend?
I'll look over at him. What are you in for?
Echo, what are you in for?
New assignment.
Oh. I think I might have a guess as to what your new assignment is going to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do.
Well, there's
What might that be?
Oh, did he?
Probably us. Be my guess. Considering we seem to have a slot available.
I look them up and down. Splendid.
What does this guy look like, Alex?
Well, Heko, how about you describe it?
Yeah. He's a man of middle age. You can see some of his skin starting to show cracks. Maybe in his late 30s. Pushing 40.
Yep. Ew, old.
He's not particularly tall, but he's not really short either. He's just of an average stature, though he doesn't seem to have the slender body of a pencil pusher, as you would say.
Ah.
He's wearing Imperial Battle Mage robes. And on the side, you can clearly see a bookcase of sorts.
What of sorts? Is it a bookcase?
A bookcase.
Oh, I see. I see.
A leather pouch that seems to be about the size to hold a book.
Okay.
Cool.
He has short brown hair and a mustache. That is, he seems very clean and cares about his presentation. Oiled beard, cleanly shaven and trimmed beard.
See. Alright. You, magic user of some kind?
Wait, Hakon.
Yeah.
Is smoking allowed indoors?
Is smoking allowed indoors? Yeah, certainly.
Right. So he'll pull out pipe. Start stuffing it.
He says, "Are you some sort of magic user?" And your response is to start smoking.
No, my response is to because I'm thinking, okay, I guess I might wait here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, sure.
Take a heavy pull and just go like, no.
No.
Insane.
As he finishes snapping the pipe, he just looks at you and he snaps his fingers, and a small spark ignites it, and he just nods.
Wow.
Too many of you nowadays.
Raises an eyebrow.
Alright, so,
Yes, we'll chuckle at that.
yeah, I'm sure you find that funny, Your Majesty. Anyway. Oh, yeah, I'll just, walk over to him, offer my hand. Maximus Titus Gaius Ignea.
My pleasure. Corvus Arminius Sinius Viria.
Alex, what does Clan Viria do?
Not much these days. They were a house that was very prominent during the days of the Republic, and since the Empire is not a Republic anymore, they have fallen deeply out of favor. The only other member of Clan Viria you guys have ever met is Old Man Viria from Ravinium, who was that snitch who kept giving Tullius more like people to investigate and kill, and then eventually got killed himself.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Also, for, I guess, Zednias, one of the artifacts of Cal Rule was rumored to be at the old Viria estate in Sedalia. But I think those are the only two things you've ever heard about Clan Viria during this whole campaign.
But it's probably not there anymore, right? Because of
yes, the Department of Faith knows about it.
Yeah.
You guys hear the clicking of boots in the distance, and eventually you see Proconsul Cato walk down the hallway, trailed by one of his assistants. As he sees the 5 of you in the waiting area, he'll gesture for all of you to follow. He opens up the door to his office, walks over to his desk as you all pile in, opens up one of the drawers, withdraws 4 judges' badges, and tosses it at each of you. Sort of center mass towards Primius, Maximus, Grania, and Zednius.
Yay!
Yay.
Welcome back to the service.
And there was much rejoicing.
Seems like you had introductions.
I did, at least. Yeah.
Oh, then. Since historically your team has possessed 5 members, and I've given you a rather critical task, I've requisitioned an additional piece of manpower for you. He is to be treated as a core member of your contubernium and given access to any relevant documents. If you're the only one that's introduced yourself, then I'll introduce him. This is Corvus Arminius Sinius Viria, a respected member of the Department of Magic, and a recent new member of the Imperial Judges. He has a degree in Imperial Law, so I'd recommend that you take his advice on such matters. Make sure you share with him any documents that I provided to you up to this point.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
Right now or later?
At some point, you need to provide him with them. Additionally, I have received another letter. This one from the town of Ozemshi. And he'll take a scroll down from his wall of scroll cases, and he will gently, in this case, hand it over to you, Maximus.
Let's have a look.
The letter reads, Master of Judges, 5 months ago I sent you a letter to your office regarding a giant which has afflicted our village. This has only grown worse in the time since my previous correspondence. A century of soldiers from the 10th Legion arrived 1 week ago, and they were immediately faced with defeat by the giant. 8 of them died, and the centurion has returned to Marsonia. Many people of our village fled with the sentry, and I am afraid I will have to soon join them if nothing is done. Please, Quaestor Talantius. Talatnius.
Suppose we should head out there now, shouldn't we?
Cato will nod and say, That is the only remaining lead that you have on the Green Rider. I've been looking for other ones, but, well, have you made any progress on that front? I know we spoke before the week, but you've had time to decompress and think.
Went over that. Did we get anything of the Green Rider from, this is for everyone else, from the village? Whatever
I'll
village
shake my head. Nothing related to that sort of thing turned up.
Well, keep your eyes peeled this time. If you manage to go to Ozemshi and come back without any leads on the Green Rider, then the next place you'll be going is Lubel. That's where Arcanus Gentistia, the former investigator, went missing.
Oh boy.
Now, I hope that week was enough time for you to recover physically. I'm sure that your spirits will require some time to nourish themselves, but the Empire's foes don't rest for anyone, so you have to get onto the road again. That is all. And he'll wave his hand.
Grenier will be the first to turn around and leave.
Alright then, out we go.
Yeah, you all sort of pile into the waiting area, and now everyone other than Maximus, sort of appraises Corvus, and Corvus, you're able to appraise each of them as well. You can kind of instantly slot each of these into a sort of stereotype in your head. You got 2 centurion types, probably some military background, and then you got 2 wizard types, and Zednius kind of looks like esoteric wizard type. I think that's instantly, that's how you categorize them as you see them.
Well, yeah, I see. But also the other one looks like a child, so...
Yeah, 17, yeah.
So I'm thinking sorcerer, maybe? Because there's no way you become a wizard by 17.
Nah, yeah, it's impossible to get to this strength of wizard, yeah.
And Primus has glowing eyes, right?
Yeah, he does have glowing eyes, yeah, golden glowing eyes. So, you've been given a rather loose task, and, Corvus, you don't know any of these people's names. What would you guys like to do?
Yeah, I'll slide next to Corvus, and yeah, I'll strike up a conversation with him. I guess I'd start it by saying, you'll have to excuse everyone. They're all a bit downtrodden from a previous member.
Happens. In this line of duty, yeah.
I'll nod and say, indeed. It happens. To the best of us.
Well, hopefully not.
Well,
I'd like to get my stuff done,
only
My
time will
legacy
tell.
settled.
Indeed. Well, should we look into hitting the road?
Yes.
Like a briefing.
Yes, of course. So let's go to the. You've seen that letter, and then let's. Nope, not that letter. Is it this one? Nope, not that one.
It's gonna be the letter from Talantius.
Yeah, I'll show him that one. This is the first letter we got back when we were going through these other two leads, and I'll show him the other two letters as well. And then this here is our official mandate. I'll give him the judge's mandate.
Yep.
Just consider this to be our overriding objective. These are the rules we have to follow. And there's one other thing. Any magical items we find are property of the Department of Magic and to be turned over to them once we return.
Why is that the case?
We might have been charged with negligence at one point.
Oh dear.
They're somewhat upset with us.
I'm pretty sure that's news to Permeus too. They weren't exactly.
Yeah, they just said, "Oh, we need to return magical items." They didn't really explain why.
Yeah, that's news to me too.
Negligence.
Why did she tell me sooner, man?
You didn't ask.
Fair enough.
Not really something I'd like talking about. Would you?
No, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right. That's.
Right.
I see. And who's this Green Rider figure?
Mostly someone who's been running through the land, causing various mischief. Let's see if I wrote down anything else about him.
We think he's a bard.
A bard? What makes you think that?
We talked to someone dead before we killed him. Fit the description, and he was identified as one by this undead being. So, I mean, it's not much, and it's a weak leg to stand on at best, but it's the only thing we got so far.
I see.
We also think he's either a follower or somehow intertwined with the religion the Tabrashans adhere to. I have it written down, Alex, but
Yeah, not the Riao.
There it is. Yeah.
You should just give it the good old like Texan try. You just do it like Nater Weow or
Weow.
Natter Woo.
Do you have any possession of this Green Rider person on you?
Nope.
It's unfortunate. I could have been able to locate him outright.
Can you do that?
I can, though it's... The less I know about somebody, the more difficult it is. With just knowing about somebody called Green Rider, I don't think I'll see much success.
That sounds about right.
Perhaps finding more about him might be able to change that.
That's the other thing we should do. What can you do? Obviously,
Magic arcane in origin?
Magic somehow, but
You a wizard?
Oh yes, I'm an Imperial Battle Wizard. I've served. Give me a second. I forgot which boy as well. Was it the third Boy's Revolt I served?
Yeah.
Yes.
Only old
We
boomers
saw-
like Rixion fought in the other ones.
I'll nudge Maximus and be like, sounds like he's a pencil pusher like me, huh?
Oh no,
it really looked like one.
I've burned my fair share of villages.
What
Evocation is my specialty.
Serving one of the legions?
I was with the Department of Magic. I wasn't particularly with... Was I with one specific legion, Halcon?
I think what you said is correct. Yeah, I think you were just in the Department of Magic, and they sent you where you were needed.
And before that, I was in Praeton for a bit.
I see. Wasn't integrated in one of the legions?
No, I was sent from battlefield to battlefield, village to village. Wherever they needed something burned.
Yeah, Maximus, you know, not him in particular, but Imperial battle mages during the Third Boys Revolt by reputation, the sort of stereotype was, there's a village, there is one enemy combatant. You send Battle Wizard, they cast Fireball, there is no village, there is no enemy combatant. That was kind of like the operating procedure of especially powerful battle mages during that period.
Oh. I remember. I'll point at Permius. Me and him fought in the revolt, although fought is a strong word for what Permius did.
I did a bit of fighting.
Yeah, sure you did.
No.
Sure you did.
What legion were you with him with?
7th.
7th.
I see. And what about this giant business? As far as I'm aware, monsters and giants have been disposed of in the...
Right now, we know as much as you do.
That's the wonderful thing about not being omnipotent. Sometimes you don't know everything.
I wasn't sure if maybe he'd already made some progress on this particular task.
No, we had just finished our last task, the mysterious village one.
Oh. Mysterious village, you say? Oh, do tell.
Well, we can talk about it on the road. Best we be heading off, I think.
There's a small issue. I don't have a horse.
Great. Neither do we.
You all speak for yourselves. I have a horse.
Yeah, Mickey definitely does, sorry, Maximus definitely does.
I'm allowed to say, Maximus practically smells a horse.
Yeah, but the rest of you guys can go through what is going to be probably like a 2-hour process of requisitioning horses from the Department of Civility, who will then give you a slip that you give to a Department of War quartermaster, but it can be done, and horses can be acquired. Your judge is the Empire, after all. Yeah. So you guys all can get mounted. And are we just headed straight to Azemshi?
No. I need some more rations first.
Cool. Rations in the city have gone up quite a bit. How many do you want?
6.
6.
Where are we right now? Oh, we're in Nasa.
You will need to pay 3 Electrum.
Okay. How many silver is that?
15.
15?
Alright, 1 Electrum and 10 silver then.
Cool.
Yay, 6 more rations. Alright, I have enough food for all of us for...
I have my own rations for 5 days.
Yeah, just in case. Well,
I'll look at the rest of the group. I'm sorry, but I don't know your names.
Remius, Cosius, Tiberius, Perusian, Verusian.
At the last bit, I kind of raised my eyebrow.
Yeah.
Ah, the Imperial family.
Oh,
You must
my.
have quite the interesting story.
yes, we're very blessed to be in his presence, aren't we?
Dude, Maximus is so done with it already.
All I did was say my name, and he's like, yeah, whatever.
Dude, every person you meet is like, oh. Oh, man.
What about this one? And I'll point at Grania.
She'll kind of give a and like look away and cross her arms.
Oh, shit, she harumphed, bro.
Oh, it's Jover.
It's Jover.
She's...
Good one, Granny.
I'm sorry, did I offend the young lady?
No, just a sensitive time is all.
Oh,
Hopefully
forgive
it'll
me.
pass.
And she doesn't talk.
She doesn't talk.
She's mute.
You
Oh.
speak Imperial Sign Language?
I
Or
Can't say
can
I
you
have.
do it? Oh.
No, I've seen people use it, but I haven't really picked up anything. I'm more focused on, I guess, vocal languages. The most exotic thing I know is Elvish.
Ooh.
Oh, like what they speak over in Galadrim and such?
No, I mean ancient Elvish.
They don't do that in Galadrim.
They're
Was
different.
part of my studies. It's the language of old magic. It's quite intriguing.
What's like a
I'm sure it
shithole in Mythdosia?
In Mythdosia, I mean, you've been there.
Yeah.
It's it's
It's
probably it's like Flamium, Ravinium. I don't know. A lot of these cities have a lot of problems. I mean, the plains as well. Transpontar, Solaria. I don't know. They're all pretty fucked.
Yeah.
I
just
heard
be
of
like-
this really bad shithole called Druzba.
True.
I'll look at Maximus being like, no, Galadrim's like the Flamia of the West.
Oh,
That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
so what they speak in like West Exeter or something? I've heard that place is nicer. Although, I don't know.
Nicer, but
Hakon, help me out here. I don't
situation.
think ancient Elvish is spoken
Yeah,
at
modern
all, right?
half-elves all speak Sinvalin, which is descended from Elvish, but it's descended from Elvish in the same way that Common is descended from Elvish. But to be fair,
Yeah,
it is
it's not
totally
really a
reasonable.
spoken language,
yeah,
right?
it's totally reasonable. Well, there is a spoken component to it. People know how to speak it, but that's not really the important part about it.
Yeah, but it's like Latin, right?
Yeah, kind of. Well, that's also a spoken language.
Yeah, but
yeah.
like in the sense that it's a language that no country actually
Yeah,
the
exactly.
commoners speak.
Yeah. But most humans, like Maximus, would definitely be like, "Oh yeah, that's the language that those Westerners, those half elves from the West, don't they speak that?" So, yeah. Well, there is one amongst the group that you haven't gotten the name of yet. That little white-haired
Yes.
fella.
I'll turn to him last. I can see by his demeanor he's very much not up for talking, so I'll just...
Yeah, I'm kind of just elbows on my knees, just waiting for this to go ahead and be over.
Your name is? I'm sorry.
I'll just look up. And how big are you? I missed some of your conversation.
Not particularly tall. Like 5'7".
Average height, pog.
How what was the actual time gap between Renesmee abandoning us and Severus dying?
Oof.
It was like a
like a
couple
month and a
months,
half,
right?
Yeah, a month and a half.
Yeah,
I
it was
think.
back to back. And Tullius leaving. That's like back to back to back.
Yeah.
Um,
Tullius leaving was like the next day after Renesmee, or like maybe a couple days before or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Okay. So I'll just look up just Zednius.
Corvus, roll me a history check.
Course.
So you're a frequent reader of scholarly papers. Unlike everyone else here, you actually keep up with like the literature of the Empire. And a couple months ago, you found the most fascinating piece, which was a new monster that was discovered, named Zednians. It said that it was uncovered on the island of Gela by a band of judges, and a professor named Jan Pushtin assigned them the name of Zednians. And, you know, I think in your mind, you're like, Imperial judges, new monster, that guy's name is Zednius. I think those would probably all start to click together in your head.
So, you're the man that names are named after?
Oh, wow.
I think for a second, and I remember our adventures with Severus and Renesmee,
Edge.
and how me and Severus held down that fort together against all odds. And I'm just gonna drop my head and not answer.
I didn't know they were named Zedny. I'll see him. Lean over to Corvus. Corvus. Bit of a touchy subject. I'd leave that alone.
Sorry.
Couldn't know. All right.
Well, on horseback, you begin to slowly clip-clop your way out of the city of Nasius, out towards the open plains. Is there anywhere we'd like to stop before we go directly to Ozemshi?
Are you good on rations?
Yep.
Everyone should be good on rations. I know you just said you have your own food, and I have food for everyone else.
Yeah, I also have rations, so.
So many rations, dude. Hell yeah.
Okay, then we
Dried meat
begin.
and nuts.
What was that?
You know, rations, dried meats, nuts.
Oh,
that
yeah,
stuff.
okay. Sorry, I just heard the nuts part. Anyway, so you guys begin to journey across the plains. This is going to take you about a day of travel. So you all head out into the great grass ocean of the Tibrashan Plains. At this point, I think it's starting to take on a different emotional weight to all of you, though I do have some questions regarding it. So like for Maximus and Corvus and Primius, this is like a place of campaigning. Like you've never lived on the plains other than when fighting a war. So it's pretty easy to picture. Like your emotional attachment to this place is like stay on guard, look out for rebels, keep an eye out for any Tibrashans. Like it's a very paranoid view. But Grania, technically, Pelty is on the plains, and that's like the first human village you remember ever living in. Do the plains feel like home to you, or is that your home still in the woods?
I don't think it feels like home, but it's definitely like a nostalgic feeling.
Okay, so it's closer to home than like a Mithdosian city, but it's still like
for sure.
Okay. And then Zednius, you've lived in a lot of places in your life. Technically, the place you lived the longest was Praton. But you were born in Nasius, which is on the plains. Do these feel like home to you?
The plains? Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Well, what does feel like home now? Is Tortio Poste starting to feel that way?
I think so. Or just, yeah, it's really hard right now because I have moved around and all of my constants, I guess, aren't around. Hegal's kind of around, so maybe
He's on your
Hegal,
shoulder right now, yeah.
I've known him longer than I knew Tullius, so as long as Hegal almost anywhere, I think, can become home.
Okay.
But the plane sucks because I don't like it.
Okay. Yeah, that's because that was kind of what I was getting at, which is I think all of you, except for Grania, kind of don't like being here, like being on the open plains. You know, the people who are from here, they have all sorts of positive emotions, but for you guys, it's like keep an eye out, like don't get ambushed, and people die out here.
Day of the week is it?
What day of the week? Let's take a look. It is currently September 5th, meaning it would be Thursday.
Holy shit, my birthday is in 2 days.
Not Primius's.
yeah, my...
Yes, because Blake exists in this world and it's his birthday in 2 days. Oh man. So also there is a quick I'll make this adjustment between sessions, but you guys did gain 1 reputation with the Department of Civility. Admittedly, Grania did almost cause that not to happen, but she didn't actually do anything during the official proceeding, the conference. So you guys like fully submitted yourself to their authority. You gave up your badges immediately. You did nothing wrong. So you showed that like you can handle being adults and going through the legal process, which is a +1 in their book. So you ride across the plains for a day, and yeah, the bare minimum. And since you very early in the mid-afternoon had to do this whole thing, you're spending the night sleeping in the open plains. There's nothing to be done about that. So you can subtract a ration.
Who's eating my food?
Granny will.
Right.
Okay, everyone else has their own?
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. Yep. Alrighty, you all snack down. Grania, you get some travel jerky from Maximus. The fluttering one is no longer comfortable, so he's just like all balled up in the back of your hair, as he'll probably remain there for weeks and weeks and weeks until you're in private again. As for you, Zednius, Hegal is basically reverted back to the state that he was in when you first were revived, like basically clinging to at all times, not really able to like think much beyond like basic stuff, like hunger, things like that.
Right. His stats are still the same though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That is the upper limit of where his stats as a familiar will ever
Are
go.
going to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you get a new familiar, which is what he's trying to get you. He's trying to get you Hetmenariel. So you guys spend the night on the plains, and you get some sleep. The following morning, bright and early, you get on horseback again, and you begin to ride to the northeast. There are no imperial roads in this area of Tabrash. Those are only between major cities, and you're going to the actual bumfuck nowhere. So you are just riding across open grasslands. Occasionally you'll see a village in the distance, or a hilltop fortress, or sometimes a passing patrol, or a group of refugees coming from the east where the war is being fought. You pass probably a person every 20 or 30 minutes, just going somewhere in the open grass plains. And eventually, because you were given pretty explicit directions, you find yourself arriving at a collection of about 30 or 40 buildings nestled in a very shallow valley between two large grassy hills, and a sign posted in the ground says in 3 different languages, Common, Tavrashan, and Mythos, that you are in the town of Ozemshi.
Hey, we're here.
You can see that there are 2 destroyed buildings. There is no one outside right now, and there is no large building that looks like that would obviously be the home of a Quaestor.
What's the terrain around? Is it flat or?
It's in a section of rolling, like very shallow rolling hills. Like the tallest hill is probably 10 feet. So you can basically see from one valley to another if you're like on horseback and you push up in the stirrups, but it is slight rolling hills.
Alright.
No giants in sight then.
No, I mean, the story you heard about this particular giant is it's like 40 feet tall, so you definitely see it.
Huh.
Head to the Quaestor's place.
Well, where is the Quaestor's place?
Just go through the town shouting, I suppose.
Fair enough. You guys clip-clop into the town. There's no, like, cobblestone, so there's no satisfying clicking noise. Instead, it's just you guys clipping across basically hard-packed dirt and, shouting out into the town. And, a house. One of the houses that you're passing by, the door squeaks open slightly. You see a middle-aged man. You see his leg is like, what do you call it? Splinted all along, like basically keeping it completely rigid. And he sort of opens up the door a bit and says, "What are you doing outside?"
I'll show, like, emphasis the judge's badge.
Oh. I see.
And he opens his door fully, like steps outside and then closes his door behind him.
You know that the sentry ran off, right?
Yeah, we got your second letter.
There was 100 men.
They're not us.
Well, I guess you're here for the Quaestor then.
Yeah.
He grabs a long stick from near the entrance of his house and sort of uses it to prop himself up to, like, as an impromptu crutch. And he sort of hops a little bit into the road, and then he points down the way. And you can see that this house is a little bit bigger. It has a thatched roof still. It has a little horse paddock behind it, but in no way would you be like, this is, like, super wealthy compared to the rest of the houses around here. It doesn't even have, like, an attached farm plot, which means it looks almost smaller than some of the nearby houses. And he points at that with his other arm, the one that's not holding the crutch.
That's his house there.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah. And he'll just sort of remain standing there as the 5 of you clip past him. His eyes will, linger on Grania, and you see his expression get a bit sad looking, because he's pretty sure you're all gonna fucking die. Especially, yeah. And then after you guys all clip-clop past, he'll go back to his house. And as you approach the Quaestor's home, the sound of your, horses clipping against the compacted dirt, the door will open and a man will step outside. He wears pretty standard peasant's clothes. The only sign that he's even a Quaestor is the fact that he has a very slight cape on one shoulder that is a sort of a deep blue with a single stripe of purple on it. These Tabrashans do shit weird, man. This is not how you would mark a Quaestor back in the home country. And he'll look at the 5 of you and say,
So you finally came.
Yeah.
I was beginning to think no one was even reading those letters.
Pull both of them out. We got both of them. So, I suppose we should just get started then.
Yes, please, tie up your horses and come inside. The giant hasn't been active the last couple of days. And each of you ties up your horses. You head inside to the main room of his hovel. He sits you down at a little wooden table. He has his wife come out and put some little biscuits and such on a tray. These are like hardtack biscuits, not like particularly enjoyable. Winter is technically coming soon, so you know, they don't want to be using too much food. And after the 5 of you are seated with little hardtack and a little bit of water in front of you, he'll sit down at the table as well, and he'll say, well, what questions do you have?
What was the events leading up to the giants appearing?
Well, as from our perspective, a young boy in the town went missing, named Tass. And then, a couple of days later, his parents' house was destroyed by the giant. That's the first time we'd ever seen it. Since then, he's been lingering around the village, hunting livestock. He hadn't hurt people for a long time, but he's kept getting closer and closer. And eventually, he got so close to the village that we started to fear for our lives. And so this man came to the village. He offered to sell us giant slaying axes. I told the locals that he was a charlatan. He was trying to take their money, but some of the local shepherds were so frightened that they bought the axes in an attempt to go kill the giant. We never saw those two men again. Then...
What did that man look like?
We had a blue beard, slicked back hair. He said his name was Uncle Zeno.
Any distinguishing clothing?
Bright colors.
Blue beard. That's quite unusual.
That name there, everyone is kind of... I feel like I should have written that down at some point. But the name's familiar.
You don't remember him, Maximus?
No.
He swindled you too.
Oh. Oh, yeah. That's the one we've seen twice now, right?
I'll nod.
Continue.
Well, one of the shepherds came back to the town a couple of days later, almost a week. He said that him and the other shepherd had found the giant and attempted to fight the giant, but they couldn't do any damage. The giant had kicked one of them. Man died instantly. The other one had had his leg broken. He'd been forced to basically crawl back to our village. He'd barely survived. Then, the mother and father of the boy who went missing, Anya and Vlad, they reported being watched nearly every night for a month. They would see signs the giant had been outside of their home. And then, our grain storage was emptied. Completely. It was done in April, so there was still hope for the summer harvest. But shortly after we finished that, most of that was taken as well. If you look around the town, we still have 4 or 5 plots that haven't been harvested yet, but at current rate, unless we get a major infusion from the Department of Coin, we'll either have to all leave the village or starve. Leaving is seeming like the more likely prospect. Then, back in May, the giant started just walking into the town during the day. They just would walk through here, poke around, look at houses, take roofs off of buildings, destroyed 2 during these little walkabouts, and the only thing we could do was hide inside. One of the little townsfolk threw a rock at the giant, and the giant started crying, and threw a rock back at the boy. His parents buried what was left of him. And so in June, this was months after I'd sent a letter to the Office of Judges, I decided that enough was enough, so I pulled in favors with my friends in the Department of War, and the 10th Legion agreed to send a sentry over. This was a couple of weeks ago, and the sentry arrived here in town. They set up a camp And when the giant came in for a daily walkabout about a week into them being here, they did everything they could. They shot arrows. They had one of those portable ballistas. The giant simply threw a boulder and destroyed the ballista in a moment. And then those few who got close enough to him, he just grabbed them. Or he had a walking stick. It must be some tree or trunk or something. Swung that and died. After they'd lost about a tenth of their number, the sentry withdrew and the giant withdrew. And when the sentry left town, about 3/4 of our town went with them.
Could you describe the physical features of the giant?
Its skin is a dark gray, almost like stone. It's only about 21, 22 feet high. It's skinny, quite spindly looking, but it hits very strong. It can phase through the ground.
Phase
and we
through the ground.
Yes.
It was like. Describe that more.
One of the shepherds, the two with axes that were hunting it, the one who survived, reported seeing the giant walk to a section of stone and simply walk through it like it weren't even there. He could also, just sort of, it's almost like the ground had no purchase on him. He could just fall through the ground as if it weren't there. No one's ever found where his sleeping spot is, where his lair is. And, at this point, unless you can take care of him, it seems as if we'll have to leave. He seems to be obsessed with this town.
Said he started crying when a villager threw a rock at him.
Yes, a young boy had a little sling that he did, for sport, and he hit the giant, and the giant started crying.
Does the
Granny
village...
will... Sorry, go ahead.
Does the giant cry when it's attacked in other forms, or just then?
Yes.
Does it vocalize at all?
You mean talk?
Sure,
Not in anything we can understand.
Granny will sign. This doesn't sound like anything evil. It sounds like it's a child.
That child has killed almost 20 people. I guess he wouldn't know sign language, so you get away with it this time, Granny.
There's no description.
I'll look at Phineas.
Yeah, I'll translate it to the group, and I won't
That's what he'll
address
say. That child killed 20 people.
And she'll sign back if he even knows what he's doing.
Sort of what I was thinking.
Is this like 20 feet tall? Does this sound like a giant at all?
Yes. It's one of the smaller ones for sure. Generally, so there are lesser giants, which we're not even going to talk about because there's a whole category of creatures, but true giants, there's only a couple of them. There's fire, there's ice, stone, and then storm. Storm are like legendary demigods. You'll probably never ever see one ever. Fire giants can only be found in like 2 places in the world. Ice giants, same thing. Stone giants, last you heard, they don't even exist on this plane of existence. Ever, basically. So you have no fucking idea. But what he's describing sounds exactly like what a stone giant is recorded as in some of the oldest, like, arcane tomes ever from before the Shattering, from, like, before any mythos, like, human empires existed, mostly in Elven text. You find mentions of stone giants. And they're described pretty, like, very small compared to their giants, their giant counterparts.
Would these texts describe their intelligence?
So there's 2 sources that Corvus has ever read on giants. The first is an Elven tome, which records a catalog of beasts located in one of their zoos. And they describe the stone giants there as constantly singing sad songs of their dead people, to much amusement to the spectators. And they taught the giants there to perform tricks for those who visit the zoo. And the second source he has is on creatures located in the plane of Earth, the elemental plane of Earth. And it only mentions that stone giants are basically one of the least dangerous things there, because while they are scary, there are like ancient rock dragons and fucking yunkai and way scarier things located on that plane.
I'm still thinking, trying to think of how this loops into our other thing.
But
Well, this Uncle Zeno.
Would Uncle Zeno just be the Green Rider?
Why would you?
The Quaestor will say, what's a Green Rider?
Oops.
Alright, we have to kill him.
Don't mention that. Ever.
Why, what is it?
Don't worry about it. Just don't mention it.
Okay.
If you mention it, Inquisition's not gonna have.
Prometheus is gonna just someone else take over, and he's gonna go for.
You know what?
Prometheus is going for a walk.
Prometheus has to walk that one off for like a minute.
Yeah, because Blake very carefully didn't say it, and then even just said it. Oh man, yeah, you go take a lap. Take a lap. Oh,
You're gonna have
man.
to kill this guy.
I mean, we can't.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Wait, the one who came in, who's supposed to be like the expert on Imperial law, immediately goes, yeah, we should just kill this guy.
That was out of character. What?
Yeah, to consider.
That was me out of character thinking like, oh god, are we
Yeah.
already gonna have to kill somebody?
Well, also, he wouldn't say in front of the guy, oh, do we need to kill this guy?
Yeah, obviously I wouldn't say that. That'd be
Oh,
stupid.
that would be funny.
No, the first thing I did was check if I had modified memory, but I don't.
Yeah, remove that 1 second snippet from the conversation.
Yeah, I do not have modified memory. Nor do I
There
have
is
gift
no
of
Green
gab.
Rider Bing Chilling. So what are we doing?
Granny will sign, so we have no way we can actually talk with it.
I'll look at.
When has it last been sighted?
That would be last week when the battle against the creature happened. We haven't seen it since.
What direction did it leave? Is there a known place where it stays?
It always goes northeast, but no one's ever been able to follow to its lair because it just phases through the ground.
Northeast. What's to the northeast of here? Anything notable?
Just open grass. There's a small rock formation. It's where 3 boulders sort of collided. That's where people say he lives. But, again, the Legionnaires tried tracking him. Those shepherds several months ago tried tracking him. I even decided once to take a little visit to the rocks myself, but there's no sign of an entrance or anything.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, I guess we should just check it out.
Alright.
Well,
Where's
otherwise we
what is it? Where's the Green Rider handout in Roll20?
What handout? The judge's
Like-
mandate that you have?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Judge's
Okay, there you
mandate near the top.
Oh, there it is. There.
Yeah, I mean, the Quaestor will step outside and say, alright, well, it looks like you have horses. I don't have any, so if we want to go to the rock formation, I could ride in the back of one of yours.
Oh, I don't think it would be necessary for you to come. After all, if we do run into a giant, we would be unnecessarily endangering you.
You think you can go in a straight line for several miles?
I'm sure somebody has a compass, right? I'll look
You?
around. I neglected that. I
Well,
was
then,
hoping that a group of judges that have been traveling for months. You haven't a compass on you. Oh dear.
he'll gesture to the northeast and say, well, then you go 3 miles in that direction. You can't miss it. Other than the hills around here, it's the only thing that pokes up above the ground.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to abide by that.
He'll head
Sounds
back
good.
inside of his hut and Premius has finished his loop around, he hops onto the back of his horse, and the 5 of you peel away from the village, riding hard to the northeast. And sure enough, basically the second you cross the second of a couple hills, you immediately spot it, because it's 3 giant sort of like circular-ish boulders that are like pressed against one another. You have no idea how boulders got here on the middle of an open grassland in all directions, but they are here. And underneath these, where these 3 boulders have like sort of impacted, you can see that the grass there is just stone. Like, it's just straight stone. There's no dirt, there's no grass, it's just open-faced, uncarved stone. And yeah, you guys
Penny is gonna assign. From his description, it sounded like hallucinatory terrain.
From here, it seems it's as simple as a gaseous form spell, if you have that, Corvus.
I don't have it, but of course I know about it.
Well, you guys can ride up closer to the rocks, and they do seem like solid things that have impacted each other. You can see little spits of like scattered rocks all around this area. I mean, you can even pick up one of the pebbles that have been like, 100 feet away from where these 3 boulders collided at immense speeds.
I poke one with my lance.
You poke it.
Dink.
Dink.
Seems real enough.
Well,
Aeneas, you can detect magic, can't you?
I was about to ask if somebody could.
There you go.
Huh? Oh,
You can detect magic, or do you
Sure.
want me to take 10 minutes?
and I'll put my. I'm still. I don't know where we're at. I feel like I'm sitting down with like a fist on my cheek, and I'm just gonna casually turn my eyes on, see if there's anything magic, and then turn them off.
Yeah, in the vicinity of this sort of open area of grassland, there is a sort of aura. Not a current active magical effect, but something very powerful from a long time ago. Previously, there are 2 overlapping auras, those being a very high-level conjuration spell was cast here, and a very high-level, I think it's transmutation, but I'm going to go double-check. Surely it's yeah. So a very high level conjuration and a very high level transmutation spell were cast, centered on that like rock formation, but this whole area has like this sort of leftover magical aura of at least 9th level magic being cast.
Jesus.
Powerful magical auras, transmutation, conjuration
How powerful are we talking?
of the 8th or 9th circle.
That's absurd. Has there been any historical battles in this area?
Let's get a history check from everyone there. Let's see if anyone knows.
Oh no, Corvus, has there?
Yeah. Let's get some history checks. All right, so
Let's go.
literally everyone but Corvus doesn't even know where they are, period. Like, they could not point to where they are on a map. Corvus, you know roughly where you are on a map, and the real answer is, over its thousands of years of history, sure, there's definitely a battle here, for sure. But any famous ones in the last century? No.
Okay. That's regrettable. So... high-level magic like this, conjuring something. Do we think this could be some sort of earth elemental? But stone was considered a stone giant. This is...
That's for you all, you magic nerds.
Yeah?
I mean, I was told previously that you weren't a fan of magic, but I didn't think you harbored this much ill will towards it.
Harbor ill will, it's just I know literally nothing about all this. You all confuse me. So that's mostly it. I'm ribbing you, Vermius.
He's ribbing you.
Yeah, it makes me laugh.
Clearly.
Now go touch his ribs.
Place Bowen's elephant sound.
Now draw her touching his
No.
ribs.
Stop.
So what are we doing?
That was insanely fast.
Yeah, because I knew he said the first two syllables of the meme. I knew exactly what he was going to say. All right, what are we doing, guys? We got this rock formation. We know eventually a giant's going to pop out of it.
Grania will sign, gesturing towards Corvus when signing about this thing. Does he know any way we can speak with it?
No. The only thing he knows that, to our knowledge, is Elvish, which I don't think it speaks.
I don't speak giant. No.
I mean,
Assuming
if any of you
does
had
speak
comprehend languages, that would get us somewhere, but...
Tongues. Comprehend languages wouldn't get us anywhere. That's for written language only. Tongues,
thought it
however.
was- thought it was for spoken language, too.
No, that was tongues.
I have a
No, it
tongue.
is also for spoken, but comprehend only
can't
lets you
respond.
understand, not respond, yeah.
What? No.
No,
You're wrong.
it says, for your duration, you understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you can hear. You also understand any written language that you can see, but you must be touching the surface on which the words are written.
What? I thought comprehend
Dude,
languages.
the actually got actually.
Truly,
I
it's like
can't.
actually
Jova.
cubed.
Jova.
But yeah, tongues also does what you're talking about, and more importantly, you can speak it. So
Well, maybe it speaks like Elvish or something weird like that.
We
I-
could hope, but
That's-
what's the backup plan if that's the case? Not the case.
What?
Kill it? I thought, coming into this, I thought that just was the plan.
You know, fair enough. Fair enough. I should have been there too. Or been at that headspace.
Grania will sign a little bit more aggressively, saying we shouldn't kill it.
Renia says we shouldn't kill it.
Oh, no, not immediately.
Why wouldn't we kill it? What? It's some monster that's killed 20 civilians on Imperial turf. Get rid of that beast, I say.
She'll sign back. If it even knows what it's doing, it sounded like a child from its description. It may not
It
even
doesn't
know
matter what it's doing.
here.
It's a stupid beast that needs to be exterminated. Take care of it.
Wow.
Is
buddy.
taking care of it, not just if we could make it fuck off.
Is Corvus responding through Prometheus, or is he
I would
responding
imagine
himself?
so. Yeah, you'd have to respond through
Okay.
Prometheus.
No,
Then you
why?
can choose
She
to
can hear.
translate.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't
can
see what
choose
she's
to-
signing though.
Yeah, I
You can
thought
choose to
Corvus-
translate, saying that the only beast I see here is you.
I mean, he's translating. He's choosing whether to keep it in his mind and just say something to her directly, or just if she's actively voicing her opinion, he'll actually do that.
Okay,
Say
well,
that.
she just said that he thinks Hecko is a beast. Do you translate that? Not Hecko, the Corvus.
Because Chad.
Hecko's a little pog champ.
Huh?
Is Grania
worry about it.
looking?
Yeah, she's scowling at him.
Yeah. She says you're a beast.
Oh. Oh dear, I hadn't thought that.
Aren't we getting along all so well? Lovely.
I'm sorry, I presumed that she was just of childish appearance, not that we had an actual child among our ranks. Oh dear.
Oh, all right then.
Crazy.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
all right. We're damage control.
Damage control.
Enough of this. I say we set up camp, wait for the thing to come along, and then hopefully in that time you all can put the brain trust together and figure some way of communicating with it. And then, can we all agree to not just straight up attack it when it shows up? At least not right away.
Why wouldn't we just use the opportunity? I don't
Because
understand.
if it knows something, it can communicate something. Perhaps it correlates to our greater objective.
It cried when somebody threw a rock at it. What do you think it's going to know?
Best to ask before we throw a rock at it.
Fine.
Well,
Yippee.
You can ride up onto one of the low hills overlooking this position. There is a tree nearby, and in the shadow of the tree, you can see a bleached white skeleton with a shattered lower body, like the legs completely broken, and a little rock resting next to it. Probably one of the shepherds that went in search of justice.
Ooh, a snack.
Well, it's a bone. It's a bone. Bone skeleton with no flesh in it. I guess marrow. You could eat that. But, yeah. So we're setting up camp up here while we wait.
Yeah.
More marrow, my favorite.
Human marrow pog. Well, I think it's brain trust time. So what do we think, guys?
Well, Remius doesn't have really any spells that I think would be useful besides dispel magic for communicating with or like involving this current situation.
Yeah.
What fancy languages does everyone know? Like the exotic ones.
Granny's not going to be disclosing that.
Based.
Alright, how's this? What fancy languages do we all know we think could be helpful in this scenario? I'm thinking like primordial or elemental.
Nope.
I know Imperial Sign
giant.
Language.
Mythos,
That was a joke.
Tabrashan,
That was a joke, Maximus.
Platonic.
Surely the giant will speak Imperial. Dude, that'd be so sick if it did, though. Granny gets a big
Well,
giant's
Chinese.
friend. Yeah, not quite.
You're ready to learn Chinese, buddy.
Yeah, true. But, yeah.
Well, okay, never. Grania wouldn't actually be helpful anyway.
Yeah, 'cause she
Classic.
can't talk. Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Could you imagine? Okay, first you make your mouth go like this, and you make it go.
Jesus Christ. Instructing the giant how to talk.
That was supposed to be a grapefruit technique, but sure.
No!
Oh,
God. What the fuck?
No!
Teach
God,
the
no.
giant the grapefruit technique.
That's what it sounded like.
Oh no. Alrighty, well, so this brain trust is off to a good start.
Best.
Oh man.
The best start, the biggest start.
What about you, Echo? What fancy languages do you know? Other
Elven.
than Elvish. Ah,
That's all. That's all the exotic ones.
yay.
I focus more on, the useful ones, normally.
Yeah, you were making a character being like, man, we're encountering a giant soon. I should
Better learn
not
giant
learn
and only encounter one in the whole campaign.
Yeah.
That's
Paul,
fair
let's
enough.
meta game for the next encounter.
Fair enough.
Jeez.
Fair enough. Since languages clearly aren't going to be that big of an assist, what spells are we thinking help in these types of encounters?
Hold monster?
I don't
That-
think. Yeah.
Would a giant be classified as a monster for this purpose?
I think it depends on
I
what
think
size.
called monster doesn't matter what it is, right?
Choose a creature that you can see within. Yes. Alright, yeah. It's just a creature.
Grania, does polymorph? What is it?
It turns you into
Also-
a beast.
Yeah, a beast, but can the beast it transmorphs into understand a language if we choose the right beast?
My understanding is no.
Does someone have... Oh, no, Renesmee had that.
Sedge?
That would work, right? If you turned it into a beast and then cast Speak with Animals?
Yeah, that would work.
But beyond that, the mind of the creature remains the same. They don't learn any new languages.
Yorp.
That would, yeah. Unfortunate. No one, I suppose, has Speak with Animals.
Nope.
Classic.
I don't even know if we can take it, to be honest with you.
Probably not.
I believe that's a druid only type thing. And ranger, maybe.
Yeah, Ranger.
Is, yep, Bard, Druid, Ranger.
Not bad.
Well, we got here?
What
Well,
if
you
I
do also have
used-
another spellcaster in the party that you could ask what they could do.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that guy's a beast.
Sure.
Giga
Maybe
Chad.
we should kill him too, just like the giant beast that we're about to kill.
I meant Zednius, not.
Oh, that guy is just chilling in the corner being sad, okay?
Sure, that's true. He is doing that.
Or showing us vibe, you know?
Yeah, Zednius, do you have any input here? Something
What?
you may have to talk with things that we're having trouble communicating with?
To talk? Yeah, I can. I've got something. And then
What
I'm
do you
gonna. Magic.
Can you be more specific?
Holy fuck.
Because at this point, all but one of us has that.
He's got magic.
Holy shit, he's a wizard? I didn't realize.
You don't. Yeah, I can. I got tongues, I think.
Me.
Works! That is exactly what we're looking for.
Alex, how long have we been talking here?
About 10 minutes.
Oh, alright. Well, not too much time has been wasted, I suppose.
Could you imagine we talked for like 3 hours and Zednius
3
was like,
hours?
yeah, I got...
I've tongues this
I have exactly the thing we're looking for. I'm just trolling.
Cool. Can you cast it on yourself or someone else? Preferably someone else. When the giant shows up.
Yeah. Sure.
Well,
Alright.
that sounds like a premium plan right there.
And if that doesn't work, although if communication breaks down for some reason,
I wonder with this group why it would, honestly. Communication has been stellar.
Granny is gonna shoot daggers at him with her eyes, and or look at daggers with her eyes, and then
I know
sign. I think
fingers.
Premius should be the one that it's cast on.
Granny has suggested should be B.
Bro, you should do that even when she doesn't say that, because no one can confirm.
Oh, face.
I mean, I don't think so, because she could just freak out and just shake her head like,
Yeah, but that's
"No,
normal
that is
Grania
not."
behavior. No one would second guess that.
Yeah. We're not going insane, and it's just another Tuesday.
alright, I can get behind that. But I imagine Zednius has gone back to 1,000-yard staring.
Bulky boy hours.
Alright, Zednius, you're gonna cast it on Premius when the giant shows up.
When is that?
I don't fucking know.
Hmm.
Anything that can tell us that, maybe?
Sorry, I didn't realize we had the schedule.
Can't you basically do anything with magic?
No.
No, not even. No, just no.
No, you stupid child.
You drone idiot.
You barbarian.
That's my bad for remembering that the divination people exist.
Oh man.
That was on me.
Granny will sign. How does this creature show up again?
It will phase through those rocks over there. And I suppose start walking through the village. Or to the village.
Presumably.
Alrighty. Let's
So
hope it shows up soon.
why isn't the plan to meet it at the village where it's hopefully going to be walking around?
Because at the village it can just do more destruction and kill people? Just a thought.
I thought
Here's a
I
good
thought
point.
no one was left, but yeah.
No, there's still people left.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some people.
Did you say like 75% of the town left, but
Yeah.
still a bit left?
Also, did 10% of the century survive, or did 10%
10%
die?
90%
Okay, so
survived.
that-
Of
that guy was
dying,
making some
surviving
shit up.
would be absurd.
The letter?
No, the guy we talked to, because didn't he say 90% of the century was wiped out?
Oh yeah, the guy with the broken leg. Yeah, he may have exaggerated a little bit.
Okay.
Just a little.
Just a
Just a
little.
little trolling.
Okay, well, you guys wait on this little hill for, and some time begins to pass. It's about 10 a.m. when you set up on this hill, and at around 1 p.m., you don't hear any noise, which means that Maximus is the first one to see it, because he's seated in a way where, like, he's just staring at the mound. You see a long, dark gray finger emerge from one of the stones. Then a hand joins it, and then soon, basically pulling itself up out of the earth, you see a around 20-foot tall stone giant. And we're going to move to a battle map, not because we're rolling into initiative, just so we have a very clear vision of what's taking place here.
I'm going to cast Mage Armor myself.
Sure. So you guys are on this hill over here. Your horses are all just sort of vibing. And emerging from the ground, you see the giant. 20 feet tall, long, stony limbs and face. He looks a bit surprised when he sees you there, and he just sort of stands there staring at you. In one hand, and around his waist, there's a large bag of rocks.
Zednius.
You're gonna feel, what temperature is Hagal?
Cold.
You're gonna feel a cold slop on your, like, collarbone, I guess. And then you'll feel that you can speak languages.
Alright. With that, I will step forward and be like, I'll just say, hello, for starters.
All right. I'm going to quickly go through everyone else's perspective of this, and then we'll cut back to you, Permeus. So the giant goes from sort of frozen in motion. Its entire facial expression changes. You don't know what the emotion is on it, though, because it's a giant. It doesn't have human facial expressions. And it begins to bound in your direction with, like, almost like skipping in your direction. How do all of you, except for Permeus, react to that?
Yeah, I'm good.
You just hold your ground?
I'm backing up.
Well, Permeus, from your perspective, his, facial expression, you're slumped down next to the fucking obliterated skeleton.
Oh, is that where he is?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be right next to him.
Throw him out of the way and take his place.
From your perspective, Permeus, the giant comes skipping over, and he says, "I can understand you."
I'll nod.
He crouches down.
We have our ways to temporarily,
You can fix me then, right?
What happened?
I don't know, some evil man, he cursed me.
What did this man look like?
I don't know, he was, he had this long cloak, and he had a little, flute? I don't remember anymore, it's been so long.
I'll look at Maximus and nod. And in common I'll say, it's our guy.
Well, for you just say it, and he can also understand it because you want him to understand. Tongues is cool that way.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all understand your side of the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's... yeah, and then I'll turn to him and say, we've been looking for this man. Can you tell us what he did to you? And where he went?
Well, I was, my father was out in the fields, being shepherd to our family sheep, and so I had some free time, and I saw this fella walking along the road, and he seemed to be looking at one of our sheep suspiciously. I thought perhaps he was going to steal one, so I threw a rock at him, and then he pulled back his hood, and the hood of his cloak, and then he said this little rhyme. It's been so long I barely remember. I just remember after he finished speaking, my body began to hurt. It was the worst pain of my entire life, and I turned into this thing, and now I can't understand anyone, and they can't understand me, and now they're all trying to attack me.
You're human?
Of course I am.
Do you, are you translating all of this back to us, line by line, Permeus?
I would imagine he isn't, because the giant would also hear him translating line by line, and that would probably be quite confusing.
Oh, yeah.
But you can hear his whole side of the conversation.
We can hear his whole side.
Yeah, I'll turn back and say, he's a man transformed into this.
Probably that young boy that went missing.
Perhaps. Can you give me your name?
Toss.
It is Toss.
You know me?
We heard about you going missing about a month ago.
No, it was much. It has to be longer than that.
Is it longer? Did I get the time frame right?
Longer than a month, yeah.
Yeah, about that.
Wasn't he like? Wasn't this all like fucking April or something? that you got
March was
lost?
when the original
March.
thing happened. Yeah, which it's currently
Yeah, and
September.
now it's September, so it's like
right.
half a year.
Half a year then, would it?
I guess so. I don't know. Sometimes I sleep for days. I can't tell what's happening.
Xenius, could you cast detect magic on the boy? Perhaps I could undo it.
I'll look up, flash my eyes, and how blinding is this?
You know what's sad? Not at all. He's been.
Oh.
It is a full, complete transformation. There is no magical aura on him at all.
Oh god.
Would it show a magical aura if it was a curse?
If it was a curse, yes. If it was a temporary spell, like polymorph, it would show an aura because you're being actively transformed. That is not what this is.
I think this is a true polymorph.
Show that?
True polymorph would not show up because it's permanent.
That's what happened, isn't it?
Alex, oh, I suppose never mind. You didn't give that description. Yep. Carry on.
There's no magic on him.
The transformation will take some time, but there's a chance we might be able to undo it if we have access to the proper materials.
Thank you.
Think
But
so?
for now,
It's nice just to talk to someone.
that I can agree with. For now, can you give us more information on this man and
It's
Or
been so long, I
attributes.
told you everything I know.
everything you know? Okay. What have you been doing these past couple months?
I've been sleeping a lot. I have strange dreams now. I dream of
Can you
a
tell
place I've never seen before.
Can you tell me about them?
It's just caverns as far as you go, and I dream of songs that I've never heard before. Sometimes I think I hum them while I sleep.
Hmm.
They make the
Perhaps-
rocks melt.
Perhaps they could be altered if one of us cast a dream spell. Well, none of us would happen to know that, would we?
Don't.
I guess not, but we'll find someone who can.
Alright. But then I've just been trying to eat food, and all these people have been attacking me.
So that's why you knew to go to the grain silo.
Well, of course.
Right.
My own mom and
Understood.
dad don't recognize me.
I know you must be scared, but for now you have to be brave. Very brave.
Okay.
The ending is upon it on for you. All of this will be like a dream soon enough. I swear it.
I hope you're right. I thought I'd never turn back.
We'll figure something out. As for now, I mean, they said you've just been walking around lately. The town, that is. Is there, you just want just to be there?
It's my home.
That is understandable. Well, as for what is it? For that boy who launched that pebble at you, why did you react in the way you did?
I know him. That's my younger brother. Even he didn't recognize me. And when I threw a rock back, it didn't go well.
Prometheus will nod and put a hand over his mouth and heart.
Yeah.
That is a shame indeed. For just tonight, do you think you can keep out of the town?
I'm hungry. After I ate the grain silo, I'm always hungry.
I understand, but there's no food left for the township.
but I'm hungry.
If you eat it now, then there will be no food left. You'll drive out everyone who makes the food.
No, I'm hungry.
I'll look back at the group. He's hungry.
How hungry? Could we... Wait,
Well-
is there a plan for turning them back, or are you just reassuring him?
I'll nod at the second one.
There's no point in convincing him not to go to the town. I don't think he's going to go back there ever again.
Does he understand human?
I'll shake
Like
my head.
common.
I'll shake my head.
All right. We should just exterminate him.
Jesus Christ!
We can't turn him back.
I'm not even saying you're wrong. Just saying using the word exterminate is crazy. Oh man.
Yep.
Grania's gonna sign. What the hell is wrong with you?
Unfortunately, Primius is the only translator.
Yeah, I mean, Primius is gonna translate that because
Okay.
he's second.
The giant will say, "What? What did I do wrong?"
I'll turn back and be like, "Not you. Group problems, not with you."
You look like you have some food.
He gestures to the horses.
Those are our
Those aren't-
horses. Oh, fuck. Never mind, sorry.
Yeah, those aren't for you.
But I'm hungry.
I know. We're trying to figure that out.
His face contorts a little bit, and you can't tell what expression he's trying to make. And then you see as, you know, his face sort of compresses, his eyes start to turn a sort of deep red, and single, like, large, milky white tears begin to stream down the side of his face, and he slams his fist against the ground.
I'm hungry.
I'm gonna... Oh, wait, I can just move.
You move over to Mickey. I'll raise a hand and be like, easy, easy.
He
Which-
pounds the earth again, and the entire area around you, like pebbles, jump up. The horses,
Oh,
you know,
he's gone, dude.
start
He's
to
fucking
withdraw.
gone.
Who left? What
Xenius,
happened?
he immediately bounced out.
Did he get
so
on a
where's
horse
my
and
horse?
run?
Yeah, he
I
did.
Yeah,
did
where's my
accidentally-
horse?
I didn't mean to take two horses.
I mean, the horses would have
I-
ran anyways. The giant's
Okay.
freaking them the fuck out. Only Mickey's gonna remain after that. And he's just like pounding the ground, like crying, saying he's hungry.
Is Zednius, like, booking it, or is he just going, like, farther away, basically? Or are you, like, leaving, fucking, getting out of Dodge?
I am trotting away, but it doesn't seem obvious whether I'm going to stop or not.
Zednius! I'm gonna get on Mickey.
Yeah.
Would using command and saying calm, like actually calm him down, or
That
It's
would be
not
the realm of the
calm.
calm emotion spell, not a
Right.
command spell.
Which I have.
right?
Well, there you
Command.
go.
What?
I have the spell. But it only lasts a minute.
Yeah,
and then it's
but
up to the DM if he goes back to being angry afterwards.
that is true.
We know our DM. He's stinky. So it's unfortunate.
He's stinky.
Oh, so true, King!
Pinky DM equals -1 spell slot.
Well,
Oh,
he's-
no!
He is still pounding the earth.
The horses are
Um,
gone now.
I know.
Okay.
Grania will sign, let me try something, and she will cast Calm Emotions.
Alrighty. What's the save on that?
18.
Charisma?
Oh,
Before
He's not very
hold
good
on.
at that.
18 Riz.
Yeah, you cast
Grania
Calm
just
Emotions.
mused at him.
And as you cast Calm Emotions, almost immediately his eyes turn back to a normal shade, his hands lift from the earth, and he just sort of like reaches up and scratches his head.
Oh,
You feeling better?
He sniffles a little bit, even though that is clearly a human reaction because there's no snot like coming out of his nose. That's just like he feels like he should sniffle after having a little angry temper tantrum. And he slowly nods. Yeah, I'm tired now.
Would you like to sleep?
He kind of rubs his stomach. I'm hungry still.
My group members will find some food.
All
As
right.
for us, I'll. What is it? Oh shit! Grania can't communicate with anyone else. Is there anyone else still near me, or like I guess how
like
far away?
70 feet back, you can see Corvus.
Where's Maximus and Zednius? Did
They're
they just
like 100.
okay.
They're a couple hundred feet away.
Okay.
The giant is going to stand up and stretch and does a big, human yawn and just sort of drags his bag of rocks and his big old stick. And he walks over to here and you watch as it's almost like he's walking downstairs. Like his foot just passes through the stone. His other foot passes and step by step he lowers and then he disappears from sight. And a final yawn as his head goes under.
All right. Yeah, I'll motion for the group to come back.
Yeah.
Does Zednius turn around at any point?
Yeah, as seeing that the giant turned around, I'll see if I can round. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna round. Kidding me? I'll slowly
Okay.
reapproach the group.
Alrighty, you start to return on horseback, and Maximus, just sort of waits for you to go to a certain distance, and then just sort of joins with you. And slowly, you guys can all return to.
I'd like to speak with him.
Oh, yeah,
before
sure.
we get... Zednius, were you intending on leaving entirely?
I'm
Getting
not
some
gonna
space
get
with
killed
the
by a
spellcaster.
giant.
What makes you so sure you were going to die?
Everyone else does.
Zednius, I know you two were very close. I know that this has affected you deeply. And I absolutely don't expect you to get over it, or really ever, actually. But in time, the grief will diminish. Never go away, but
You wanted to fight that creature?
if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. You signed up for this knowing that you or anyone you fought with could die. It's a part of the job. It's something that our Emperor expects of us, is to fight and if need be die. We can't have you running off at the first sign of danger. Now like I said, getting some fighting room as a spellcaster, I can understand. That's all you were doing, was just putting some distance between you and the giant, right?
Yeah.
Alright. That's good.
At around this time, you rejoin with the other two. Primius and Grania have been sitting on the cliff, sort of next to each other, looking out towards the rock. You guys did have a chance to talk if you wanted one, though. I'm not sure what you'd have to say. But you were the only two that kind of didn't immediately run away from the giant when he started getting busy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I guess I would turn to the Grania. What the?
The Grania.
The Grania.
New title
be
dropped.
Grania, the Grania, and just say,
So true.
it's the boy.
Oh shit, what up?
She'll sign. See, I told you we should help him.
Well,
The transformation is complete. I don't know how we could.
Are we
Complete
Yeah,
us
you guys
and
clip
should
clop
put
over
him
on
off?
horseback, yeah.
You don't speak
Alright.
sign language.
I got
That's cool
a
and
little
all,
bit.
but, like,
Okay.
I'm pretty
I
sure
That's
guess
that
true,
is-
actually, yeah. You do have more of a proficiency than anyone except for Primius, of course. That's a good point. But yeah, you guys are all together again. Corvus returns from, like 70 feet back.
Well,
What made it leave?
he got tired. I'll give the rundown.
Dude, it really does put in perspective how like juvenile his brain is, because you're like, how did this evil monster return to its lair? Oh, it got sleepy. Bro got EP.
I'll give a rundown of what happened. It's the boy that went missing about 6 months ago. When he had some time in between his chores,
Which boy?
the boy that went missing that was told to us by the, in the town.
I didn't write the name down. I just wrote down young boy.
Oh.
All right.
Anyway,
How'd he get that?
well, apparently, a man in a green cloak was walking by, and he thought that that man in the green cloak was going to steal one of his cattle. So, as he prepared to take action, the man, apparently with a flute and a fiddle, pulled them out and turned him into that.
And this was in March, you say?
March. As for why he's been draining the grain silo, he has no other way to get food. No other way he knows about, anyway.
That what he was getting all heated about?
I mean, if you had a gut that size and had no idea where to get food, I'd be hungry and scared too.
How'd you all get him to leave?
Grania took care
Granny
of that.
will raise her hand.
Oh. Did you stop him from being hungry?
She'll shake her head no.
Ah.
And then Sign just calmed down.
She just calmed him down.
Alright.
Anyway, what Xenius Detect Magic revealed was whatever turned him into that is no longer taking effect. Meaning,
So, why hasn't he transformed back then?
whatever did that is complete. So, we would either need to kill the Green Rider or find an alternative method, which sounds like, in my opinion, that the Green Rider casts true polymorph on the boy, which is a sadistic response. That's insane.
Is that what you've done to us before, Grania?
She'll shake her head no. It's only Sign is only temporary.
Ah,
Regular polymorph is only temporary.
Now let's get Arcana checks from everyone with proficiencies to see what we know about true polymorph, since we believe that to be the spell that was cast. Okay, Grania. What? Okay, holy shit! I remember so many fucking mages.
I was the best.
Grania, Corvus, and Xenius, the three of you, all of you know that the way true polymorph works is it's cast on someone. If they maintain that way for an hour, they are now basically turned into that. However, it can be dispelled. It'd be a very high DC, assuming that it was cast at 9th level.
Can't
Yeah.
be cast at a lower level, can it?
No, it can be cast at higher levels by borderline. If you think this is a human being, then 9th level is the maximum, but if you think it's some sort of other non-human creature, then it can go beyond that.
What would be the odds of a 5th level dispel magic versus a 9th level?
Well, it'd be DC 19, so it would depend on... It would just be... I think it's just D20 plus your... I don't think it's in. I think it's your spellcasting modifier. So it'd be D20 plus 5. Not bad. Oh, no, it's this... Yeah. It's your spellcasting ability. So it'd be a DC 19 with D20 plus 5. So, like, less than
You
50.
could literally do that 2 to 3 times a day. Because he's a warlock as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Oh.
what was it? Would these odds increase if Primius was also casting Dispel Magic, or is it each
Nope.
an individual
Each
check?
person individually makes
I mean,
a
you
check
do give
of
us
their
a
spellcasting
ton of
mod.
extra checks. If we all check tomorrow,
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
then we probably have decent. I mean, like, we could get it done in a week if we decide. If me and Granny decide to burn our spells for this every day.
There is.
I don't have this spell.
Oh, you don't? Never mind.
There's also one other small
I have
factor
removed
to
curse.
consider, which is at this location, there's this big aura left over of transmutation magic, which matches true polymorph. There's also a conjuration spell cast of similar power.
I think that might have to do with the rocks that he went into.
Is conjuration what you would summon if you were like creating a portal to somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay. So this is probably just those rocks are probably a portal to the elemental plane of stone, earth.
If
earth?
that's true, that would be really bad because there's a lot of really scary shit there.
Are we able to go in there? Go check it out, Maximus.
You've been there once before, Ethan. Dwarf game.
Sounds like suicide.
Guys, I don't want to go in there.
Last time, a party of like level 14 dwarves went in there. Like 2 of them died.
We went in there at level 14 and we were still terrified.
Yeah, that shit was spooky, bro. There's one other thing that would count for conjuration, and that is the wish spell.
Didn't you say it was 8th level conjuration?
No.
You said 8
no.
or 9th.
8 or 9.
Is what the sort of aura it was giving off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hard to wish for something that God won't ex-nay. God or demon won't ex-nay.
For normal human mortals, yeah, that's very hard.
Yeah, I don't think the Green Rider's human if he's doing 9th level spells willy-nilly for no reason.
Yeah, just to fucking troll some kid.
I feel like it's one step above trolling.
Yeah.
I don't know what you
It's
would
just
call it.
more
Maybe a
of
bit of
a
mischief.
trolling.
I think he sees trolling.
Yeah, that's true. Just
A
a wee bit
minor
of
amount of
mischief.
tomfoolery, maybe.
Yeah, tomfoolery.
Well,
Going back and explaining that to the proconsul, like, yeah, he's trolling like 7-year-olds, man.
Your Honor,
Your Honor, I bleed
Cap.
trolling.
Your Honor, my client was just trolling.
Is the suspect if
That's
the
a great meme.
Yes, Yogi?
we suspect the Green Rider to be probably inhuman and capable of casting 9th level spells. Is this above our pay grade? Should we be reporting this kind of information back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ninth
Because we
level?
didn't
Are you
tell
serious?
anybody anything besides we think he's a bard.
I'm gonna go with yes.
And I think that we're gonna die if we run into him.
So, I'm gonna go see if I can get some food for this kid for when he wakes up, so you guys can hopefully.
I mean,
so
last time
Brennan-
he ate most, like, half a grain silo, so.
That was also months ago, which is at least a good omen. If you get him full, maybe he won't be hungry for a long time.
In
Well,
character, did we
hopefully
discuss
it's
that how we can actually help him or no?
Oh, yes.
Dispelling magic a bunch of times.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was set up in character or not. Okay.
Alright. Well, yeah. I'll, suppose I should. Can anyone else help hunt? Any of the rest of you good at that?
What are you gonna hunt?
It's the
there
plains,
I'm good at-
man.
animals.
I'm good at.
There
I
are
got nature and survival.
animals,
I can
yeah.
help.
Like the American Great Plains have large game.
Yeah, well, again, this is post like civilization, Great Plains, so there's no
they
like
went and
million.
exterminated the buffalo.
Yeah, there's no 10 million buffalo herds on the Russian plains.
Yeah, it's not, I don't expect to just like march 5 feet and have
Yeah.
80,000 buffalo.
fair
around.
enough.
But, like,
Yeah.
like
No, there
half
are
a
wild
grain
horses and
silo-
stuff. Yeah, there's tons of stuff here. Yeah.
Granny
like,
will
yeah,
sign. I can
yeah,
help.
it's not good.
Okay. So Grania and Maximus go off on a little hunting errand.
We need to bring all of the horses.
Oh, you also need Primius because you two. Actually, it'd be fun between the two
I
of
can
you.
write.
Unable to
need
communicate. No, just do hand gestures, bro. Just know the vibe. Vibe-based communication.
Yeah, is everyone fine with me taking all the horses?
Why do you need all the horses?
We got to get massive amounts of game back here, so I'm thinking like 6 or 7 large animals.
Okay, I'm just gonna take my stuff off my horse then. I don't want
Okay.
you to go out there with all my stuff.
Yeah.
That's completely understandable.
And then, is there a city we're gonna hang out at? Is that what we're doing?
I think we're just hanging out here.
The
Oh,
open plains.
I assume he'll come back tomorrow, so.
Let's.
Maybe. Alrighty, well, the three of you start to get a more permanent camp set up. There's not any trees out here, so permanent camps on the plains almost invariably have you digging through soil, making little, like, recessed areas. Also, horrifically strong windstorms can come across the plains, so you gotta make sure all your stuff is nice and secure. So the three of you begin to do that, and we'll just go have our Grania Maximus fun time. So the two of you are on horseback on the open plains. You both have experience here, though. Honestly, Maximus probably has a bit more. Are you guys riding like together near the front, or are you like dispersing yourself throughout your horses so that you can see as far as possible?
Dispersing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I'd like both of you guys to make perception checks. Father-daughter hunting trip.
Let's see, which one's... Oh, I guess it's the same. For flavor purposes, can I do a survival check? Would
Sure.
that Make... Oh, okay.
Oh, I'd also like to do something.
Then you can both do survival check. Maximus, you know, are you a survivalist? Yes. Could you keep yourself alive in a woodland? Yeah, you've done it plenty of times. But, you know, it's been a while since you were forced to go hunt. I can't remember. I don't think you've ever done it in this entire campaign. So minimum, it's been a year since you've hunted. Probably longer since your outlaw days. Yeah. But Grania, you spent almost your entire life in, you know, survivalist circumstances. So you almost immediately recognize a sign of depressed grass in a certain location, which means a large, probably 20 animals or so of some herd of creatures slept on this grass, and then based on the depression in the dirt, it was headed eastward. So you could probably follow these tracks. It's 20 creatures of varying size, though at least 10 of them are large sized.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get Maximus' attention and kind of like, I'm just gonna motion towards the ground and then like track my finger from the ground towards the direction.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Good eye. Good eye.
All right, now let's get between the two of you. Just if either of you have, oh, you do have land vehicles proficiency. So Maximus, you do a land vehicles check with dexterity as the modifier. Rania, you just do a dex check.
Okay.
All right. With
Chatter suggesting that the Green Rider is Democritus in
Super Saiyan form. It's very funny.
It's so funny.
Super
It's so
Saiyan
funny.
Democritus. Alrighty, well, despite your
Democritus.
that's a character from like 2 other campaigns. Maximus, despite your experience in the saddle, today is just not your day. You're like trying to basically ride near the front, keep an eye out, catch up with these, but because you can't spot the tracks as well as Grania does, you have to like double back a couple times, and all of that leads to you being slightly faster than her because she's just way less comfortable on horses. So at about the same time, the two of you guys crest over a ridge, one of these like slight 10-foot tall ridges, and in this shallow valley that's maybe like a mile wide of just this huge gulping like glade of grass, you can see a herd of wild horses. There are about 8 adults, 2 like teenagers, and then 10 or so smaller horses.
Grania, do you have a way of killing them all at once without ruining the meat? So we're doing this the old-fashioned way.
20-foot radius, 40-foot diameter sphere. Yeah, psychic damage should deal any physical damage. She'll nod.
Oh, that sounds perfect.
What's the range on the spell? Because you may need to like go prone through the grass and get
120
closer. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a prone in the grass moment. Maximus, do you want to take off your armor and join her, or are you going to trust her to get close and do all that stuff in her own?
No, I'll trust her.
Okay, then you rally together the horses. Grania hops off her horse and she goes belly flat. And honestly, she could probably walk through the grass and in some areas be fully covered up. But going prone or even crouching guarantees that you literally can't see any part of her. What you can see is the grass parting as she moves through it. So Grania, I'd like a stealth check. Actually, we'll do survival for the first section because most of this is just knowledge based, like how to avoid bending long shoots of grass and such. Okay, you move. This is mostly you getting down the hill into this grassy valley, this sort of bowl where this herd of wild horses is eating. They've obviously seen Maximus, like they see you guys in the distance, but that alone isn't enough to make them run away because you're still quite far. So now what's left is about a mile of just open grassland of you just slowly moving forward, which is going to take a long time. But roll a stealth check.
You reported that regardless of how stealthy I am, the grass will be parted.
No. So it's basically a measure of. So the survival check was how much the grass parts, because there are ways that you can do to try to limit how much the grass is parting. The stealth check is mostly for, are you able to get within range before the horses smell or, through some other sense detect you?
And invisibility, they can still smell.
Yeah, they can't see you, so invisibility wouldn't be a factor here. It'd be sound and so if you like silence.
Oof.
I do not.
Okay. You begin to move forward through the grass, and it actually 40 minutes later, you're still not in range. And during that time, a couple of the horses, mostly the younger ones, have wandered off to the east. And by the time that you start to crouch up and take a look to see if you're closer, you can get about 6 horses, 3 foals, and then 3 fully grown horses within the range of your spell.
Yeah.
Okay. Maximus, from your perspective, you just see a little red head pop out of the grass. Then you hear a single just nothing happens. And then a moment later, 6 horses drop dead.
Oh my.
Yeah, and the rest of the horse, immediately, the entire herd just thunders away across the plains southeastward. They'll probably be riding into well into the evening, just away from this location. But those 6 horses, there's no twitching or anything. They're just gone immediately.
How many horses can one other horse drag?
Maybe 1, especially the bigger ones. The foals are different though.
Okay, so we have 5 horses total.
Yeah, so these 6 horses are and carrying you in full plate. You've probably already reached your capacity.
All right, well I won't pursue then. We're good.
All right, you ride down into the valley, and you catch up to Grania, and she is just sort of dusting off her Imperial Battle Wizard robes, which got real fucking grassy and dusty, and tons of little grass shoots got into her hair, and she's cleaning that out.
Nice. Seems to go well. I'd say this is about as much as we can take back anyhow, so this is for the best you didn't get more. Well, let's tie them up then.
Grania, do you mount your horse?
Sorry, I got distracted for a second. What happened?
Maximus rode up to you and said, "Good job."
Yeah.
She'll just nod.
Okay. And then you mount onto your horse, and the 2 of you ride over, and it takes a bit to tie the horses to yours. The foals you can sort of throw over the back of your horses. Admittedly, some of the horses are very uncomfortable with this, specifically the riding horses, because while the Mickey is incredibly well-trained, a battle horse, the war horse has blinders on, so he can't even fully see the extent of it, but the other ones, they can crane their neck over and be and of course horses are able to recognize other horses, so it's a bit of an awkward experience. So give me an animal handling check, Maximus.
All right.
You're pretty good at these.
I can do that.
Yeah, you massage their manes, you give out snacks, and you even give one of the horses one of your pieces of jerky. They're probably not supposed to eat that, but it's something for them to chew on. They eat meat. They're opportunistic carnivores.
Jerky, Pog.
I think it's called opportunistic omnivores. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos of it.
The horse bird eating incident. And yeah, you can start to tie all of these up and make your way back. And it's a long journey to get back because your horses are moving about, I'd say, quarter speed, just because they're dragging a full-grown 800-pound horse behind them. So you guys have a lot of time together as you're slowly clip-clopping back. I was about to say, are either of you talking, but it's really Maximus. Are you talking?
No, Granite starts talking.
Dude, that'd be so sick.
He says,
"Oh yeah,
no one will ever believe you."
That would go
I'd be so upset.
That would go so
I'd be so fucking badass.
Oh man. All right. Do you say anything, Maximus?
I suppose yeah. I'll look over. I take it you're not a huge fan of Corvus from the 2 interactions you've had so far.
You'll see that she gets visibly frustrated and starts signing a few things, and then she'll look over and realize you're not understand anything she's saying and just shake her head no.
Neither am I. Not gonna lie, I'm thought he was going to bring some, maybe a... Well, I thought Primius was going to bring a moral compass to the group, but that was proved wrong with the village incident. I thought he was going to bring one, but I suppose not. Yeah, it's better.
She'll point back in the direction of the party generally, and then make like a big scowl on her face and point at her face.
Yeah, I was not sure how I feel about those two, and I'm not sure Zednius is ever going to be the same. Although you didn't like Zednius much either, did you? Or was that Severus? Both.
Yeah, she won't respond.
Man, most natural and flowing Grania conversation. Alrighty. Yeah, so you guys slowly clip-clop your way back, and by the time you get back to camp, a full little dugout has been prepared. It'll be ready for winds. That must have been under Primius's instruction, because you're pretty sure that the fireballing wizard and Zednius don't know how to do those. Yeah. But you can slow the horses to a stop and lay out the carcasses on the little ridge.
When I show up, is Primius working while directing, or is he just directing the other?
Good question. Are you working while directing, or are you just directing Primius?
Yeah, he'd be working while directing.
Alrighty. He's digging. He's using a carried entrenching tool to dig some dirt up.
Good to see you're getting, rough and dirty with us schleps.
Imagine the progress that the camp would have made if it was just depressed Zednius and new wizard guy trying to dig holes.
Dude, it'd be nothing.
Yeah, if anything, I
guys
think
are just...
probably did most of it.
Why am I I'm catching so many strays for no reason here.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you only suggested to kill a child.
But did you
I
consider
didn't know
that
it
you
was
should
a child.
exterminate it?
Didn't you say after we knew it was a child to kill it anyway?
He definitely
So
Well,
He
that was
He
different.
100
that was
Yeah.
That was reasonable. I still stand by that, by the way.
As you were saying, Ethan.
Yeah, no, that was it. I think Primius was reacting.
Yeah, Primius will laugh at that and say, "Well, I gotta earn my keep somehow."
Indeed.
Yeah, you guys share. Do you want to eat horse meat or do you want to eat your rations?
Ration.
How dare you? How dare you even propose? I do such a
Okay. All right, everyone, subtract a ration.
Horse meat.
I have one, you mean Maximus?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm here for you, Grania.
Maximus is a horse girl, confirmed.
Yippee! Dude, he's always been a horse
Always
girl
has
since day one. Yeah.
Feel like I have not hit this fact.
That evening, as you all get into your 2 tents, I think there's 2 tents cumulatively across the whole party. So it's
what?
I think
I'm
so.
sorry, huh?
Isn't there 2
Because
tents?
I have one.
So
I have one.
Oh, okay. Never mind. We have 4 tents. Okay. Each of you squeezes into your tent. Grania probably sleeps in. Actually, Grania, you ate half of these people. Whose tent are you going to sleep in?
Doesn't have a tent.
Yeah, I think she'd be content with sleeping outside.
Okay. Okay. You do not get a short
Roll
rest.
for bad attack.
I will.
It's not a
yeah,
roll over bear
sorry,
attack,
if-
it's just-
if I-
It's that bad of
if I see
conditions?
her out there,
There's going to be something, yeah.
I will.
Well, I think,
Before
yeah,
that-
early evening begins. Grania plans to sleep outside, and then a windstorm starts, and you guys hear the whistling of the wind. It sounds like screaming as it moves across the plains. This is, the stuff of, that makes folktales exist, and Grania, you realize that you're already cold to the bone. You're definitely not going to be able to sleep outside.
Okay, yeah, she'll swallow her pride, and if Maximus has space in his tent.
I have a 2-person tent.
Yeah,
So
Maximus, you hear a little movement near the flap, and you go and push it open, and Grania is teeth chattering, fucking red nose, snot's dripping out. Not good.
You not have a tent, Grania.
She'll shake her head now.
Oh, alright. We'll get that fixed when we get back. But yeah, of course, come in.
Yeah, the temperature in here is not that much better. It's just that there's no wind chill, so it's a 30-degree difference. And you can sleep the night away. So everyone gets a
Do you
short
not have
rest.
anything to make fire with, or that just...
You do. You could make a fire. It's just that on the plains, there's no timber, so you have to go with what you have on you, or
okay.
individual trees. So,
Okay.
But yeah, you guys can sleep through the evening. Occasionally you'll wake up to like the screaming sound of the wind, or you'll feel your tent like move a bit and you'll think something's outside, but then, you know, the wind dies down again. It's one of the, as you guys enter into fall on the plains, into autumn, there's not so much seasonal, like it's not gonna get colder or start raining or something. It's just gonna be more and more windy as winter approaches.
Alex, this is a premonition of things to come. I'm going to the field next week. And
I know.
Exactly
No. I know what the Great Plains is like. I've heard the lore. But yeah, you guys awake the following morning. And you can take a short rest. Oh,
I wanted to do something.
Yeah, you wanted to cast a spell.
Yeah. In the middle of the night, I stayed up a few hours late, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to cast the Dream spell.
Mm-hmm.
To go a little...
On whomst?
I'm gonna try Taz of Ozemshi first.
Now,
I'm gonna assume he's not on our plane.
Let me look at it. No, he is on
He
your
needs
plane.
to be on the same plane. Oh, okay.
Ah, alright, well that's not what that is then.
No, it is not. Okay, so you enter his dream, and I don't even know if I have the appropriate track for this. Let me see. I guess this will have to do. You enter into Tass's dream, and at first, it's pitch black. And then in the distance, you begin to hear singing. It's not any words that you recognize, it's just sort of distant, sonic, deep, deep baritone, so deep that it vibrates your chest. And then a single blue light sort of moves through the cavern, and you see that you are in a massive cavern, so big that calling it a cavern seems silly. The ceiling above you is well out of sight. This little teal light, a glowing mushroom, just provides enough to basically see your own hands and just see the true scale of this immense cavern. And you see, in the distance, more of these phosphorescent mushrooms, which sort of form a pathway. When you've gone into other people's dreams in the past, it's never quite worked like this. You've had an almost godlike perspective of their whole dreamscape. In this case, you're on the floor of this cavern, gravity applies to you, and when you do a limited effort to change the dream, nothing happens.
And you said there's like lights leading down the cavern?
Yeah, a trail of phosphorescent mushrooms.
Does it sound like the singing's coming from a specific area?
No, it's these deep baritone notes which seem to move throughout the cavern in waves.
Okay, so I'll press forward.
Yeah, you walk forward, and as you follow this trail of mushrooms, the cavern starts to tilt downward very rapidly, like steep enough that if you want to continue, you're just going to be sliding and hope that this tunnel chute takes you to somewhere that's not dangerous.
Even though I don't think I'm in any real danger because it's a dream and I can always just pop myself out, I'm just going to keep going. I don't really...
Okay.
I know that it feels different, but I don't... if something can hurt me, it's totally beyond what I think could happen. Yeah,
you slide down the chute and it skids. It's the slope goes flat again, so you're like back on your feet. Now you're in a tight tunnel, just barely enough room to like walk forward while hunched over. You eventually end up getting on your hands and knees as the tunnel tightens, and ahead of you, there's more of this phosphorescent mushrooms, and you can see at the end of this chute, there is the outline of a little boy. He's looking through an opening in the floor beneath you, like the stone just sort of is open, and he's looking down into a cavern. And now the singing is much louder than before, with each reverberating baritone voice. Your entire chest rattles, and your teeth feel like they're shaking in your mouth.
Does it look like only he can look through this little thing, or could I approach and also look through this?
The tunnel's tight, but he's also a little kid, so you could probably squeeze in and look through the opening as well.
Okay, yeah.
Well, as you move forward and you're sort of pushing through the tunnel, one of your foot like strikes something, and the boy turns around and you see a little kid, like brown dusty hair, freckled face, like maybe 7 or 8 years old, and he looks at you with surprise and whispers, "I recognize you. How are you here?"
Hello, Toss. I heard things were happening in your dreams. I decided to come see if I could learn anything from it, to help you.
They're all down there.
Who is? And I'll keep getting closer.
And you peek over the edge, and down there you see a chorus of stone giants. 10 of them. Each is busied with their own task, carving, creating, hammering away into a section of wall. This room beneath looks like almost a temple in terms of its like level of beauty and intricate design, and a large central altar. It looks, you know, it's massive in scale, as big as the cavern you were originally in, and each one of them all hum in unison in a singular chorus, and you can hear Toss next to you is sort of humming along, though his voice is not nearly as deep and baritone as those of the giants below.
What are they singing?
I don't know. When I'm awake, I know, but I don't know.
Do you know what they're doing?
Yes. It's a shrine of thanks. I don't even know
Shrine
how I
of
know
who?
that. A shrine of thank you. Yeah.
Like the word thank you, or is this a
Yeah.
god I don't know?
The god thank you.
The
No,
god
not the
thank
god.
you.
No, the word thank you.
Oh,
I confused
okay, I'm like,
myself.
what?
I confused myself. No, it's the word thanks and like the word thank you.
Are they thanking you or the
No,
man that did this to you?
the one who did it. They've been working on it for so long. You said... No, you didn't say that. The other man, he said it'd been half a year.
You know why?
No. I don't know why I dream this every night.
And it's more and more every night?
Well, they make more progress. They've been working on that wall,
And he, you know, reaches his hand like partly into the hole and points towards the far wall, which is covered in this incredibly elaborate mural. You see on the far left-hand side is a furry creature with a long flowing cape and a flute and a fiddle.
Oh, wait.
And,
I need to take a deep look into this. This sounds like our guy.
well, you see a furry creature with a long flowing cape,
creature.
a flute, and a fiddle. They seem to be engaged in a battle, a competition. They are arrayed against a number of other things. You see a massive tree with roots that stretch along the length of the entire mural. You see... Let me go find it. You see a colossal bear with a crown atop its head. You see...
Okay. We were invited to go to the Bear King's. This is some Fae stuff. Absolutely. Okay.
You see a squat, dwarf-shaped creature with long black hair and a little whip in its hand. And
Doesn't
finally,
strike a bell.
you see a woman who looks almost human in a long, flowing dress with hands that look to be made of ice crystals. And this is all carved into the stone in beautiful detail, almost photorealistic, which is basically impossible for any mortal creature to achieve in stone. And the mural continues, and it shows this furred creature, the one arrayed against this host of foes, or maybe playing against them, like in terms of music. They are bound in chains, and that is where the mural is unfinished. Like,
What is bound and changed?
The furry creature with the long cape and the flute and the fiddle.
He's the one in chains.
Yeah.
Okay.
The mural, other than that, it's unfinished.
Would Xenius recognize the race of the creature?
It's nothing. Probably. I mean, yeah. No, I don't think there's any reason why he would have ever seen this in his entire life.
I think that my intuition says that it's some sort of Fae, because I recognize the bear crown, or I recognize hearing stories of the Bear King when we were in the Feywood like a year ago.
Yeah.
The other ones don't necessarily strike a bell. And you said all of them are in chains, or just
just the furry one with the long cape, the fiddle, and the flute.
So this one and the other ones are his enemy?
Basically, I mean, it's not clear where the mural starts and stops, but in terms of on the far left, you see this one, you know, he's in some pose playing the flute and the fiddle at the same time. Then next on the mural is this line of people, and they're all looking, this line of things, and they're all looking at him, and they have like various animated postures, we'll say. And then the next image panel, I guess, is the furred creature with the long cape and fiddle and flute bound by chains, and that's all that's been completed.
And that's in the room with us, or that's with the stone
beneath
giants?
you. Yeah, beneath you with the stone giants. One stone giant is currently hammering away, working on the mural. to continue it.
This one in the chains is who did this to you? And I point towards
No.
the end.
The one
No.
who did it to me looked like a man.
Like a man.
The same cloak, though, and the flute and the fiddle.
Do you know anything else about them?
No.
When you wake up, do you remember?
I know what they say when I wake up. It just makes sense to me. But, no, sometimes I wander the caverns to see where it goes, but, it seems like it goes on forever. This is the only place where things are happening.
I'm not sure how to use this to help you, but I'll tell the others.
You see that he's getting sleepy. Even in his own dream, he's about to fall asleep.
You should tell him the plan.
And then I'm not going to tell him the plan, but I am going to, as he's falling asleep, I'll wait a few minutes to see if something strange happens when he's asleep again.
Yeah.
And then
when he falls asleep, the caverns around you seem to almost melt away, and the dreamscapes become way more normal. It becomes like dreams of him playing with his brother in through a sea of grass. It becomes his father teaching him how to shepherd the sheep that their family owns. It basically becomes normal dreams for a kid. And also nightmares, of course, like, you know, a giant monster breaking open his house, eating his mom and dad and brother and him.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah. But I'd say normal dreams.
And then I will see him later.
All right, you exit the dreamscape. Your eyes, flutter a bit. Ethergal is there. It is his weight on your chest, and you can hear his sort of gravelly voice. Devour.
I'll relay the mural to Ethergal telepathically to see if that tingles anything inside of him.
No, but when he said devour, he was thinking of the giant.
Oh, okay.
So you go back to bed. And this time you just have your own nightmares. You don't have to deal with somebody else's. Just images of you helplessly on the surface while Severus dies below you and Tully is disappearing, never talking to you again, and your Tortio Poste burning and losing everything that you've spent your entire life earning.
Oh, no.
But, these are normal nightmares. They're not visions. Visions you remember perfectly in the morning, so it is actually pretty easy to distinguish them. And you wake up the following day. The only sound, the only way that you know the other people have woken up is because you can hear Maximus, grunting as he does his morning workout. And so one by one, each of you guys exits your tents. You can see that the grassland, some of your things got scattered, especially the things on your horses, because your horses were forced to sleep in the wind. Some of the corpses got moved, but you guys can spend about 30 minutes readjusting your campsite and collecting all your things from the windstorm. And you're here bright and early in the morning. Sun is up. The plains are cold.
Yay.
So we all know what the plan is?
Well,
Hopefully.
how much time do we have to spend on this?
As long as we need, I suppose. I can't think of any time limits.
The 5 judges are just going to keep casting a spell over and over.
I mean, do you have a better idea? That doesn't involve killing a child?
What if we tell our superiors that there's a giant that can be reasoned with?
Yes, we...
Couldn't we do that after this?
After what? If we turn him back into a boy, he's no longer a giant.
Right, and the problem's solved, isn't that?
Why we were sent here?
Yeah.
Sure,
We're
but I
just
see
trying
that
to-
they're You don't see an opportunity here? Feels like we're throwing away a gift.
That doesn't
Wouldn't-
seem
Sorry,
like
what's
it.
the gift?
The gift is a true polymorph spell to create a powerful giant.
We can't extract the spell.
That's not what he means.
It's already been
No,
cast.
I think he means that, you know, a giant would be good for the war effort and such. The Department of War certainly would.
They just need someone to speak giant and enough food to feed him.
Well, do we have a way we can communicate quickly, or should I book it as fast as I possibly can?
I'm afraid that is the case. Unless... No, I guess not.
That's a terrible idea.
What? I mean, yes, they say yes, great, it's not a problem anymore. They say no, we just carry about our business.
It's a 7-year-old child, guys. I can't be the only one that thinks subjecting a child to this is a terrible idea.
Granny Alcine, you know I'm already on your side with this.
Thank you, Grandia.
That's fine too. Saves me 2 days of writing.
Either way, we're going to have our superiors decide how to proceed. I don't
What?
think we ourselves.
Granny's going to decide there's no decision to make here. We should dispel the magic.
We're
Even if it
capable of
takes us
doing so.
months.
Alright. Wait, why would it take us months? I thought you were up.
The spell isn't guaranteed to work.
But, like,
Statistically, at most it should take us a couple days.
alright then.
A couple of days I can bear with.
Well, you guys set up here on this ridge, and the giant doesn't come out today. Giant's sleeping.
Can I spend the day getting more food then?
Yeah, sure. You and Grania can head out. Today it'll be a little bit harder, but also easier in some sense. Harder in the sense that the large herds of creatures are largely not on the move, but you will find a number of prairie dogs. You'll find a whole colony of them today. So if you'd like, you could eradicate a colony with Grania and bring it back.
Does that get us, like, a measurable...
Yeah, I mean, it's like
relative
50
to the
prairie
amount
dogs. That's like one horse worth.
Okay, yeah. We'll get just a bunch of fucking prairie dogs.
Okay, you and Grania eradicate a whole prairie dog colony, and one by one you bring them, back onto the back of your horses, and you bring back bushels worth of prairie dogs to add to the feasting pile. And that evening, everyone remove another ration.
All right.
This should be
And-
a Saturday?
Sure. I don't know why it matters, but yeah, probably.
Arcane Recovery, you said it's a...
Oh,
actual
you're
week thing.
right. Yeah, today would be a Sunday.
Huh.
Yeah. Honestly,
In
you
that
should just
case,
do it on the basis of the dates, because... Oh, no, you're right. Your day would be the Saturday, because I already incremented it by one. But it's after you sleep, it's going to be the 8th.
Happy birthday to you.
Either way, it's on Monday, I get it, right?
Yeah, on the 9th. Cool. You guys get some sleep that evening. Once again, wind blasts across the plains, and you all wake at the first light, and you sort of idle away your morning. Corvus, you read what books you have. Zednius, you just sort of 1,000-yard stare. Primius and Maximus, they find...
No. More food.
Okay, you leave in the morning with Grania to go hunting. Okay, well, that's actually interesting. So around 11 a.m., as Grania and Maximus are off hunting, Zednius, Corvus, and Primius, the three of you see a long finger emerge from the rock pile, and after about 6 seconds, the giant pulls itself to the surface.
And it will begin to walk over towards your little camp on the ridge. There's like a deep baritone booming noise that exits its throat, and none of you guys know what it's saying.
I'm gonna.
You feel the slop, and now your tongue's again.
Ah, okay.
The giant stares at you.
Repeat that.
Is this all for me?
I'll look down at the stuff on the floor.
Like the horses.
Yeah, the horses, yes.
The dead ones, specifically.
The dead ones, the ones that aren't moving, yes.
He nods, and he begins to, his hand reaches down, grabs a horse, and just throws it in his gullet. It's one thing to be like, oh, it's a kid, like, oh, if you feel so bad for him. But as you watch his massive fucking mouth and like his huge hands just begin to devour this entire pile, I think a part of you is like, dear God, this would have been an incredibly nightmarish fight. Like, this is actually a monster. Like, if it was intelligent and wanted to kill humans, the amount of destruction that one of these could cause is insane. But he doesn't. He just wants to
reason why I said we should kill it.
And he begins to throw horses and a whole bushel of prairie dogs into his jaw, each biting thing, and he has to like clear his throat as like fur and hide and everything else goes down there. Fucking hooves, teeth, everything. And it all within the span of about 20 minutes disappears down his gullet. 6 horses and like 50 prairie dogs all disappear into the black maw.
You'll be happy to know that we've discovered a way to bring you back.
Really? Can we do it now?
It might take some time, because it involves magic that isn't 100%, but if we do it enough times, statistically it will work.
I don't know what that means, but you say it'll work.
Eventually it will.
Eventually? How long is eventually?
Pops like a week or 2.
So what do I do?
You'll just sit here and you'll let us take care of the rest.
He sits down on the ground, sort of folds up his leg to be sitting crisscross applesauce.
And I'll look at Xenius.
The giant will feel a plop on his shoulder, and I'll cast Dispel Magic.
Alrighty, roll a charisma check.
It doesn't work.
Did you roll a charisma check?
No, I don't want it to work.
That's fucked, bro. I mean, well, you did cast Dispel Magic. I don't think it says you dispel if you want to. I think it does just do Dispel Magic.
Oh.
I mean, I'll double check. I'll read the spell, but I'm pretty sure it says you do dispel.
Well, then I pretend to dispel it. I don't know how it works.
Sure, you'd have to cast another spell, because it...
Yeah, there are verbal and
it has certain things about it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I need to find my sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't
find
know
a spell with
like
verbal and somatic
either.
components.
It just says choose one creature, object, or magical
but so you have to
It
cast
is
a targeting
verbal
something.
somatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could do an object, and you could choose like a blade of grass, and then.
Oh
wham,
yeah, I guess
bam,
that's
bam,
true.
bam,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Or I curse him instead. Bestow curse on accident. Oops.
Bro.
Okay.
I think Grania knows what that spell is, though. So
Yeah,
I'm
but she's
gonna
not
do
here.
that.
It's just
I'm
you,
not
Corvus,
here,
and Permeus.
Oh, you're not there?
Nope.
I also know what that spell is.
Yeah, so probably just dispel magic on a blade of grass. That's probably the way to go.
Okay. Just hope that I don't roll good, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's a blade of grass. It doesn't have-
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I
Okay, you cast a spell magic on a blade of grass, and Permeus and the giant both look at you, and I mean, I guess you just shake your head.
I'll try some myself then.
Okay, make a charisma check.
Get fucked.
Okay, you put your hand on the giant. He looks at you with wide eyes. You cast Dispel Magic, and you watch as his form begins to shrink, and he screams. It is not translated because it's not a word, it's just screaming because it hurts so much. And as that's happening, you also see something's happening behind him, and it's not until he's shrunk back down to a small, dirt-covered child that you see the air behind him tears open as a portal appears, and Xenius, you recognize it. You can see through the portal the interior of that cavern. The other two of you, though, Permeus and Corvus, you just see a dark cavern interior, and you feel a sharp suck of air as the child is pulled through the portal, and then the portal shuts.
The portal is the rocks?
No, it's a portal
Oh,
that appeared
I
in
missed
space.
Oh! Sorry.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And the giant's gone. The kid is gone. The portal is gone.
Well, mission succeed. Let's leave. Office.
I'm gonna detect magic. Is there still magic on those rocks over there?
There was never magic on them, other than the vague aura of conjuration and transmutation.
Yeah, but that's still there. And
That's
the
still everywhere in
transmutation is
this
still
valley.
here?
It's not unique to those rocks, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Prometheus, what's your reaction to seeing that?
I think he's just standing there, like, eyes and mouth, like, wide open, just like, what?
Yeah.
I don't think that went the way we hoped.
I mean, the kid's a human again. Any of you got an idea where the hell it got pulled to?
I'll shake my head. No.
No. There's nothing we could see in the portal, right? It was just...
You could. A portal opened. A jagged scar in space opened. It was about 4 feet wide. The portal opened. Through the other side, you could see the outlines of a cavern, and in the distance, you could see a large shape hammering something into a wall. You would recognize that as the room the stone giants were working in, and then the portal sucked through the child and then it closed.
So, did he drop anything on the floor? Maybe, like, anything of his? Like,
yeah, I mean, sitting on the grass of the plains, you can see a giant club and like a bag full of like 8 or 10 chest-sized rocks.
Yeah, so I'll grab one of a possession of his.
Okay, you pick up a giant chest-sized, like 60-pound rock.
Something that like is definitely his.
Yeah.
Then I'll cast Scrying.
You can see or hear that is on the same plane of existence of you. It fizzles.
Alright, that's all I needed to know. So I'll say...
it's not on the same plane.
Yeah, I'll pull up my crystal ball. Like,
What?
10... very, very expensive crystal ball. I, sit there 10 minutes.
Yeah, your
holding this
eyes roll into the
gigantic
back
block
of your
it.
head for a full, like, 10 minutes as you channel the ball.
And then I just lean back forward. I suppose it's out of our purview. He's not on this plane of existence anymore.
Damn. And
I
Primus
that
will
must
shake
have
his
been
head.
the elemental plane of Earth then, or maybe some other upward dimension. I don't know. Somebody that casts true polymorph might be possible, capable of many things.
Well, that's reasonably deductive of that.
I suppose we should wait here for a day or two, see if for some reason he reappears, and if not, then... well... I don't know what then.
We'll see.
You guys wait at camp, a bit melancholy, and then at around 4 in the afternoon, Grania and Maximus come riding up. They have, between the two of their horses, dragging a singular 2,000-pound plains bison. And
I have no idea what happened.
yeah, Maximus, well, they can see all the food missing, so they know the giant must have popped his head out.
I'll look around. Do I see a kid anywhere?
Nope.
Yeah, Primus will get up.
Where's the kid?
I dispelled the curse, and after doing so, a 4x4 portal opened up and over the rocks and sucked him through. There was nothing that we could do.
To where?
We suspect the elemental plane of Earth, but none of us can discern where exactly it was.
I tried scrying on him, but it failed because he wasn't on the plane of existence.
Okay. So are we heading out then?
I think we should waited it to, right? Whoever's doing this to him might just turn him back into a giant and put him back here. I don't know.
That's insane. That's legitimately insane.
What if they did that, though?
More insane than turning a child into a giant.
Are we sure it was a true polymorph? Maybe this elemental plane can do it. Maybe something in there is what did it.
You yourself saw the high-level magic. I guess it could be something else, but either way, whatever it did might have... Doesn't matter if it was a true polymorph or not.
It acted
That's
exactly like a true polymorph spell as well, so...
Yeah, but even if it wasn't, does it matter?
I mean, I'm fine with hanging around for another day. Well, give me time to smoke the meat. It didn't go to waste.
Bison jerky.
Sounds good, honestly.
Okay.
All right, then.
Well, you start the process of butchering the bison, since it's for you now and not for any giant. And you make some progress on that. Then you go to bed. And that evening, a windstorm tears across the plains. You doing any dream shenanigans, Zednius?
I was thinking about jumping in our boss's dream, but I figured that's not a good idea with my longer term plans.
Okay.
So, no.
Do you want to check in on
I don't have
your
any
other usual dream friends?
On my Renesmee's off the plane of existence.
Yep.
Tullius has a mind shield on.
Optimer, that's the guy you've been contacting to see if Zednius is, or sorry, if Tullius is back in contact.
Sure, I'll pop in to see Optimer.
Okay, yeah, you hop into his dreams and you see a training ground, just like with a castle, a vague sort of outline of a castle, very hazy and indistinct, and Optimer beating a person that's training with him, just like slamming his sword against their shield over and over until they're on their knees, barely holding the shield together and then continuing to slam it. And you can tell this is a very triumphant memory that he's dreaming about.
I'll let him train for a little bit, beating this random guy up.
Yeah,
and then once it seems like he's lost steam, he's lost steam a little bit.
I was just gonna say, you get the sense that Optimer doesn't even know who this person was. He just remembers the feeling of beating the ever-living shit out of somebody. Okay. But yeah, as
when
the dream
slows down a little bit, I'll shout, Optimer.
The dream immediately sort of melts away, like the paint on a canvas just sort of melting, and it's just you and him in this sort of vaguely colored, indistinct area, and he looks over. Oh. Hi.
I suppose there's no update?
No, we got orders. I didn't meet him, though.
What are they?
I think that's a need-to-know basis.
Do you know how long it's going to take?
My orders? I've just been told to go to a new city. Me and the person with me.
And just wait for more?
Yep.
Very well, and I'll wisp out.
Okay.
He wasn't supposed to tell me anything, but he told me a little bit. Got him.
He did tell you a little bit. Yeah, you leave the dream, and he returns to beating on that person. And you awake as a gust of wind makes you wake up, but you head back to sleep. And the next day, on the 9th, all of you guys wake up. We are going to need to remove one final ration, but we also are going to gain some today because Maximus is hard at work getting some jerky. Now, you can make a lot of jerky out of this, Maximus, around, let me double check something. You can get about 400 pounds worth of rations.
If Maximus would allow it, I think Premius would want to help just so he has something to do, because he hasn't been doing anything for a couple days now.
Yeah.
Of course. I won't say no. This is a fucking lot of meat. Obviously.
Yep, 400 pounds worth.
I will, however, set some aside for some fresh meat for tonight.
Okay.
We're We are eating good tonight, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, let's
Yeah,
go.
bison steaks.
Just-
Let's go.
Just because he eats a lot of jerky and such doesn't mean he doesn't know how to, make it nice when need be.
Okay. Well, then, the day passes.
Granny has been pretty, I think, downcast from the news about the giant, but she will help Maximus with the meat.
Yeah. You guys spend most of the day, like, smoking and preparing. Basically, the entire day spent around this buffalo carcass. And,
Ooh, I will send Granny to get some herbs and such.
oh, yeah.
16 herbs and spices.
Some plains herbs.
Yeah, they got a couple out here. Granny, make me a survival check.
Oh,
Yeah, you find some Tibrasian flower, which is just a type of herb. You find prairie smoke. You find some pellitory, and you bring back a couple bushels of each of them. Should really enhance the smoky flavor of the meat. And it's basically just a day-long barbecue with everyone on a little random hill in the Tibrasian plains. And that day, after you finish doing all the rations, distribute them however you want, but the giant will not be returning today.
how many rations do I get out of it?
200.
Holy.
Wait,
That's
how
a
much
lot.
did the military sell them for?
55
We just found ourselves a
pence
gold
per-
mine.
Well, actually, it's illegal for you to sell rations.
You have to have like a guild.
You need to have a license, yeah.
We couldn't sell them to a
A
department.
license and registration.
Oh,
You
well,
couldn't sell them
I-
to anyone, period.
I don't think
Wait.
we're buying rations for a very long time, so...
Wait, did we just... Is it illegal to even hunt?
Yeah, you technically committed
Are we
poaching.
poaching?
Yeah.
Oh, so we just
But-
fucked our, we just went against our judges' mandate.
But it was in the pursuit of your duties, so it's different.
Yeah, but it specifically says for a citizen, not for a judge.
Yeah.
So we just
I mean, you
fucked
could
it
go
up.
ask the local quaestor for retroactive hunting
Go snitch on
licenses.
us. Go snitch on us.
I will, kick a Chad.
But yeah, you could ask the local quaestor for retroactive hunting rights, and then it would be fine.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Well,
Oh, that's right. We have to go talk to him anyways.
yeah. So you guys spend this day barbecue partying, and then you get some sleep. You have your 200 rations. How do you want to distribute those, Ethan?
Yeah, who wants rations?
I want some.
How many?
Let's
Go on.
see. How many can my horse carry?
Probably all of them, I think. I'm pretty sure horses have
wouldn't
like 800
recommend-
pounds
what?
carry capacity.
Aren't they?
Wouldn't recommend
Jesus.
it's 480 unless he has a war horse.
No, he doesn't. He does have a horse, actually, yeah.
I'll just take.
500.
Yeah.
I won't be greedy, and I'll just take 50.
Yeah, it's 540 for a war
Holy.
horse. Okay, you take 50 rations, so that's 100 pounds worth.
I won't say anything, but that Blake, just so you know, that is being greedy.
Oh well.
Unlucky.
Then I will take. Then I will take 20.
There's five
Okay.
of us.
You take
Well, in that
20.
case, he take 100.
Base. All right, you take 20 rations, which is 40 pounds. Anyone
Alright,
else
I
want any
have-
rations?
Yeah, I have 180 left.
The weight capacity.
One city.
Riding horses have a weight capacity of 480 pounds.
Yeah, but if Maximus can't carry it, I would prefer that he carried him.
I think
much
he
can
can.
I will keep some for both me and you.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll just
take basically however many you want.
I'll take like 5,
Great.
and then I'll offer to like if you want my horse to carry any. I
should
really
be
care
able
about
to,
that.
As long as Zednius, you want? Here,
I'll just shake my. Oh, what are you doing?
I'll first off, I'll give Permius 30 more rations. I changed my mind.
Oh, so 50 wasn't greedy?
I told you.
I wanted to make sure that everyone else had a chance to take as many as they wanted, and no one took any. So
Don't
yes.
go for seconds till everyone has gotten their firsts.
Yeah. And then I'll just give Zednius 30 rations as well. Here you
Cool.
go.
Huh.
You just put it in your saddlebags. Okay, great. I'm going to trust that you can deal with all the accounting of that.
Yes.
No.
Great. Well, if it's not on your sheet, you don't have it, so. Great. You guys, next morning, you wake up the 10th of September. Are we sticking around for one more day? Or are we...
well, that night I wanted to peek and see if the little boy was dreamable.
No.
Okay.
Fat and happy.
So we wake on the 10th. What are we doing?
I think we're going back.
Okay. You guys mount up. You tear apart your camp. It takes about an hour and a half. You cast one final look towards the rock formation, and then you ride southwest for about 3 miles until you get back to Ozemshi. The town is just as dead as the last time you left it.
Oh, let's just go to the house. That's right.
All right, you go to the Quaestor's house. You give a knock at the door. He steps outside and seems a bit surprised. You were gone for 4 days. I thought you were dead.
No. Just some complications is all.
Oh, is the giant...
It's taken care of.
You killed it.
Sure.
It's very impressive. He seems to take a big sigh of relief.
Wait, can I dig a sidebar with Maximus real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why are you telling him we killed it?
He doesn't need to know what actually happened. Seems a bit.
Why not? I think he maybe should.
Out of game, it's also heavily tied in with stuff we're not supposed to be telling him, so it's better just to be like, yeah, we took care of it.
Yeah.
He already knows about that because Maximus slipped up like an idiot.
He knows literally 0 details about the Green Rider.
He knows about it. It's not that.
Yeah, we slipped up once, so we might as well tell him the entire lore.
Wait, this is
Exactly.
Give him our notes.
We should just make him a judge, honestly.
Wait, yes.
And then send him to the plains.
Yes.
Well, there's one other thing you wanted from him.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Is that it then, Corvus? I mean, I don't think we need or should tell him. Just don't need to.
I suppose.
All right. Can we get retroactive hunting rights?
How many things did you hunt? What'd you hunt it for?
6 horses, about 50 prairie dogs, and a bison.
And why?
What's needed?
That's on a need-to-know basis.
All right, give me a moment. And he closes his door and heads inside. You hear scratching from inside, and a little bit later, he will step outside, and it says that all hunting done within the grounds of the village of Ozemshi under the command of Boyar/Quaestor Talantius is allowed and permitted. And it's signed with his name, and he hands it over to you. And it's post-dated for a week ago.
Excellent. All right.
One way to do that.
So add that to your sheet.
Based.
All right.
Thank you.
Because you know for a fact that if you ever get in trouble in the future, Department of Civility is going to be like, we need to see your records.
How do you spell this? How do you spell the village name?
Ozemshi? I'll put it in chat.
Ozemshi. The way you say it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, but, you know.
Oh, I was actually...
As someone who has basically had every D&D name ever spelled phonetically, sometimes it turns out you can spell phonetic things multiple ways. And they're still phonetic.
Just learn Polish or whatever.
That's how Laia came to be.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so on horseback, you guys begin the ride back home to Nasius. It's a better part of a full day of riding, so you really only get to the city like once night has fallen. The city is still bustling, though, despite evening. You can see, carts rolling their way out southeastward in the direction of the plains. The city is, it's a big city. It's bustling with activity. There also seems to be news that in the northeast, there's rumors that another battle was fought against one of the Tabrashan rebel groups. But the fact that you overhear a couple of different people talking about it, and none of them can agree whether a battle even happened or if it was won or if it was lost. So you sort of, yeah.
It means we lost.
Who knows what it means? The story is that a battle was fought in the area of Donoslaski, which was is to the northeast. It's in the it's the Principality of Dolno. Yeah, well, Dolno is the capital of Donoslaski.
Wouldn't the Empire sort of blab to everyone who would listen if they had won?
Typically, yeah, but the Son of the Dragon also blabs whenever he loses, so the fact that there's conflicting details means who knows.
Oh, let's see.
You guys make your way to the Department of Civility, or do you want to do that in the morning?
What time is it?
It's like 9 o'clock at night.
Tomorrow.
I think.
All right.
Yeah, I don't even think they're open.
You bring, for the first time, Corvus to your guys' villa here in Nasius. You tie up your horses in the stables. You give Mickey a nice brushing. You unlock the front door for Corvus, and you guide him to the room that was previously Severus's.
Is there another room option?
There is an empty room that doesn't have a bed in it, so you can sleep on the floor.
Oh, okay. I'll take him to the room with the bed in it.
Alrighty. They take you into, you open up the door, Corvus, as Maximus is gesturing, and inside you see a bunch of dead man's things. Just little tchotchkes, like little things that he carved, like extra coins, like small denominations, like coppers and stuff. He lived here for a couple weeks, so just little things.
Who?
Severus.
Oh, Severus's house.
Well, his room in the house,
Your own character.
Room in the house. Well, I didn't hear the beginning part.
No, my bad. My bad. That's my bad.
So yeah, how does Corvus feel about that? I guess he probably doesn't care, right?
Why not?
Yeah. All right. You clean up the things. You set up your books. You get nice and cozy, and everyone else gets a beautiful night's sleep here in the wonderful city of Nasius. Evening goes by pretty quick, and the following morning, do you guys want to go meet with Proconsul Cato, or is there something else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I think we should. We learned a bit about the guy.
Cool. The 5 of you make your way to the Department of Civility. As you head into the building, you get a couple glances from people. Again, you can't tell whether they're looking at you in particular or, I don't know. It's always weird when you get these looks like that. But you make your way in the direction of the Master of Judges. You head down the long hall. You briefly wait in the comfy waiting room, and then you're allowed inside. The balcony overlooks the harbor of Nasius. There are 2 other assistants in here. The little map of Transpontar Solaria has been updated. Little flags have been taken out and things like that. As missions are completed and new missions are added. Proconsul Cato is sitting behind a desk, and he glances as all of you walk in.
That was fast. No casualties, it looks like, either.
Nope.
So the giant's dead?
Well, I'll just look at Permeus. Another plane of existence.
Well, I'll give you the whole rundown. We came to the village. The giant was bothering them. When we went to discover where the giant was hiding out, we decided to use the spell Tongue on it and communicate with it before we figured out what to do, because the actions that we're taking beforehand seemed rather suspicious for what a stone giant would do.
I see.
When we talked to it, it turned out it was the child Taz, who had went missing months prior, and it turns out, from what his story recount was the Green Rider was responsible for turning him into that with a true polymorph spell.
And he positively identified him.
He described the exact description of the Green Rider.
I see.
6 months ago, you say?
Yes. It's a terrible tragedy to befall a child. But we decided to hunt some game to feed the child. Maximus has a deed from the Quasar to waive that. Anyway, to feed him, to coax him into not raiding the town again. He did so in order to get food for himself, because he didn't know how to hunt for himself. However, we managed to dispel the true polymorph spell. However, in doing so, a 4x4 portal in what we suspect to be the elemental plane of Earth opened. We think this because we saw a rock and some chiseling, and when we attempted to scry on him, he was not to be found on this current plane. But alas, the TAS was sucked into the portal. At our best attempts of grasping him or making that not the case fell short.
Sure. Any indication as to where the Green Rider may have gone?
No.
Any more details on him than what you were originally provided with?
Well, the child did say he had strange dreams of singing, but,
You think it's related?
I can only suspect. To my knowledge, none of us in this group have anything that commune with him in dreams, and he couldn't remember his dreams the time were able to talk with him.
Cato will stand up. Yeah?
Has Zednius ever revealed that he
Nope.
can do this? Okay.
Oh, revealed it? I actually have no idea. Zednius, have you ever talked to other people about you popping into people's dreams? I feel like you talked to Severus. I'm like 99.999% sure you talked to Severus, because you're like, I tried to contact Tullius and I couldn't, but I don't know if you talked to anyone else about it.
Yeah, that might have been it. And then I hacked into Renesmee, but then she's gone. So
Into Renesmee? What a crazy way of describing
if I haven't, I mean,
He's in the mainframe. What the fuck?
it.
my reasoning now is that I'm definitely trying to keep it a secret. But if I did it in the past, then I don't know. I don't think I have, but
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, Proconsul Cato's going to walk over to this map, and he's going to think for a moment, and then he's going to say, well, I don't have the full length of notes that your predecessor had. That's all in her apartment in Lubel, but if we start to plot where you encountered the Green Rider, perhaps that means something. So those are the 3 locations that I sent you on. Did we have any indication of the Green Rider at, Dresba?
I'll shake my head, no.
Alright. And we have the mound. You said that there was a mention of it.
Yep.
And the Green Rider was located at that mound, Karniski?
No, but the same exact description of him was mentioned at the mound by an undead.
I see. Well, your predecessor, Arcanus Genticia, reported his location here, in this village, along the coast, here near Marsonia. I don't see a pattern. She said that she believed that shortly before she went missing, she suspected him in the ruins of Ostatic.
Perhaps we can triangulate the position, meet somewhere in the middle.
Why? There's open grassland there.
Just a thought, but mayhaps there's...
You
that's
said
more
you,
of a reason behind
one
it.
of you said you scried for the boy to see if he was still on this plane. Could you not attempt it with the Green Rider?
I could, certainly. The problem is I have a vague physical description and a vague alias, which means that the chance of being scrying on him is quite slim, and I can't do this very often.
Also,
I
with
see.
the portal, if we assume the Green Rider is, well, connected to it, it does seem suspicious, but with the true polymorph spell, we could possibly infer that he's capable of casting spells that open portals.
Yeah, I was gonna.
If he
bring
indeed
that up.
casts True Polymorph, then this foe is on a level that it probably is too much even for 5 judges, to be honest.
I see.
An Arcanist of the 9th circle is something that can destroy armies.
Well, you did good gathering this information. The task that you're currently assigned to is much more important than the letters we've received while you've been absent. Many of the requests they have are of a very mundane nature. I'm going to think about it for probably a week, a couple of days. I know you just had a week off, but I'll need to think about where best to utilize your resources. If you're to remain on the track of the Green Rider, that would mean going to Lubel, investigating Genticia, and then probably go into the ruins of Astatic, but Astatic is borderline enemy territory. Or we could keep you here, pursuing leads closer to home and see if anything else crops up. I'm not sure. So, you have a week off, and you don't need to remain here in Gnossius. If you think that there are tasks better suited to yourselves, feel free to pursue them. But I'll probably let you know by the end of the week what you're going to do.
One more thing. Do you need the hunting certificate from Maximus?
Keep it in your records.
Understood.
He'll give a nod and say, well, that'll be all. I'd like Corvus to stay behind.
Alright.
Understood.
And everyone else leaves.
Is Kato magic?
Do you flash your eyes in the middle of his room?
No, like, do I get... Is he, like, just a official kind of guy?
You've never seen him cast a spell.
Okay. Hegal's gonna stay in the corner of the room.
Okay. The door closes behind you, and Corvus, once it's just you, Kato will take a look at you and raise an eyebrow. So, what did you think?
Honestly, with all due respect, sir, this team, if you can call it that, is... Well, I can't say I'm surprised the casualty rate is this high.
Well, the team is made up of constituent parts, so hopefully you can start to amend them in a correct direction. You said that you suspect this to be an Arcanist of the Ninth Circle. Are you certain of that?
No. However, this person who got turned into a giant, everything we've found was consistent with a true polymorph spell, which is of the Ninth Circle. And the description of the person casting it is consistent with a Green Rider. If this child is saying the truth, and if what we saw in this child is the truth, then...
Well, this is secondary to the reason why I asked you to remain. You're an Imperial Judge now. You're no longer just an Arcanist in the Department of Magic. And, let's just say the legacy of your family has a bit of a reputation attached to it. I want to assure you that our duty in the Department of Civility is not blind faith to the Emperor, like the Department of Faith. It's not to execute his wars without question. It's our job to make the lives of the citizens of the Empire as good as they can be. So, despite your family's reputation, I'm not going to hold that against you. There was a letter I received, I won't say from who, accusing you and your wider clan of anti-imperial thought and organizing against the interests of the Empire. So I'm going to ask you very plainly, are any of your relatives involved in anti-imperial Republican groups?
Wasn't it? These accusations have been mounted against Clan Varia time and time again.
That is what I had suspected as well. They attached no evidence in their letter, just a vague accusation. Well, make sure that you conduct yourself. There's going to be higher scrutiny on you, especially if you have any misconduct during your time as a judge. And if any suspicious people contact you, immediately report it to me. We don't want there to even be a, the Frumentari like entrapping people like you. They like sending you letters, setting you up with fake handlers, doing everything they can to make it seem like you would organize the Empire given a proper chance. So, just keep an eye out.
Understood.
That's all.
I'll leave the room.
How's Corvus feeling?
That was a slight spook there for a sec, but that's it.
Who do you think would accuse you with no evidence? Does that not concern you at all?
No, honestly, there's probably people who do that to Canberra all the time, like unironically.
Yeah.
But also, I've made a few enemies.
I do, yeah.
It was Grania.
Yeah.
You make your way out into the hallway. The rest of the judges are waiting there. And well, we have 30 minutes left in our session time, and you guys have a week of downtime. So, is there anything you would like to do during this week?
I'm guessing getting to Donlo and back is going to take way longer than a week, or Dolno.
Let me measure it out. I'm not sure.
Isn't that in enemy territory?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It would take 2 and like a quarter days to ride there. So no, you could do it.
Okay.
Now it is an enemy territory for sure, but yeah.
Right. But okay, so before we skip through the week, I want to like actually in real life think this through.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Well then, yeah, I kind of assumed you would, which is why I was saying even though we have 30 minutes in session time, I don't want to like speed through it immediately. Do you want to ask anyone in the party if they join you? Because I'll be honest, that's gonna be you're going into enemy territory. It's very dangerous.
No, it's dangerous. That's why I was, I'm just searching through my contacts in my head and wondering if there's anyone. And like, I've got a few ideas. It's like, somehow get into the Deadwood and ping Renesmee and see if she would help. Granny is not going to help. I'm trying to peep out more info on Corvus without him necessarily knowing.
Okay,
without
well, I want to give you time to think about this.
Right.
And there's some, yeah. And so I want to, I kind of save that for next week so you have some time to consider it. So, is there anyone you know for a fact you won't ask? Because then I can just have them resolve what they did during the week.
I'm not going to ask Maximus. Maximus is untrustworthy for at least my plans.
And you said you're not going to ask Grania?
Not going to ask Grania.
Best.
Okay. She hates everything about me.
All right. Okay, then we'll just... All right, is there a chance?
No, she probably likes it.
There's a chance I do Primius, but there's also, like, he's risky.
Okay, well, there's a chance, though,
yeah.
so we'll save it. So then, Maximus, you have a week ahead of you where you kind of have not really any obligation. You're allowed to do whatever you want as long as you're back in Nauseous by the end of the week. So is there anything you would like to do?
One quick question.
Sure.
XP for this?
Yeah, you would get... Let me go find how much Stone Giant is worth. Each of you is going to receive 1,500 XP.
Okay, alright, nowhere near. Cool.
1,000 what?
500.
Okay.
3. Cool.
Oh, glad I'm joking.
Good one.
Unironically, almost.
Nah, I'm like at the beginning of level 10, so...
Oh, there's a way to get Corvus to come with me. There's some XP to be gained.
That's that. No, can't sell them that. Yeah, can I go find a book on sign language?
Yeah.
I was actually going to offer to teach you.
Well.
Yes. In that case, absolutely, yes. Yeah, we'll just do that.
Okay. Great. You make, yeah.
I think Granny would go out and look for a book first, and then she'd look for Maximus to offer it.
Yeah, you make your way to the Department of Magic here in Nauseous, who doesn't run all the bookstores, or book libraries, there we go. They run most of them, though. And you can find... all the book. And you can find yourself a nice little instructional manual in sign language. I'm pretty sure Severus or... someone in the party bought some... Yeah, Severus bought one of those. And you can buy it for 2 gold.
Okay.
And you can return to Maximus. Maximus is like leaning back in a chair. He's thinking about, oh man, I got a whole week. I could go get drunk. I could go back to one of the good cities where I have friends and fellow retirees. I could, he could go get a new breastplate. He could get drunk there. He could go riding just on the plains with his horse. Just spend a week out in the countryside with him. And as he's contemplating the great plans of his week, Grania, you approach him holding a little book.
Yep, she'll have it outstretched towards Maximus if she wants to hand it to him.
I'll take it and look at it.
It is on the front cover. You see 2 hands like doing signs.
She'll point towards herself, and then Maximus, and then towards the book.
Oh! Yes, actually. I was thinking about that. Yes! Yeah, that'd be great. I'm not, sure how we're going to do this. Or I'll open the book. Does it have, like, the hand symbol and then what it means in there?
Yep. The first page is dedicated to the alphabet.
Huh.
With your response, I think Grania will, her face will light up a little bit, and she'll be excited to teach you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
By the end of the first day, you will be able to spell Grania's name.
Aren't you also doing the, like, history thing at the college?
The law stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that as well.
You guys are busy. A lot of work.
Do we get 4 progress per week?
At the college, yes. For the sign language thing, it's 2.
I just want to make sure to progress my thing.
Yeah, progress your thing by a week. Is there anything else the two of you would like to do during this?
Unless Maximus offers, no, I don't think so. This is more of what she's focused on is teaching him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. No.
Well then, next week, we are likely to maybe do a solo session potentially, and by solo I mean whoever Zednius convinces to go along with him. That is very likely to be what we do next week. So we're going to end a bit early so that Yogi has time to think about that. Either way, however many people end up being there and whatever we end up doing, I'll see you guys then. I know we're ending a bit early, but I don't see a better way to do it. So, bye-bye.
Bye.
Murray.